Gentlemen, please take your seat. Shall make a start. By the way, when you will hear this, it's time to reconvene. So please keep listening for the little bell. Right. Okay. So thank you all for coming to Milan, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all. I'm Raffaele Giaffreda from the Fondazione Bruno Kessler, and I'm the coordinator of the AgrifoodTEF that has been organizing this event together with colleagues from Intellera, colleagues from TrustIT. So I would like to start giving the floor to President of MADE, the Competence Center, and full professor at Politecnico di Milano, Marco Tais, for the welcome messages. Please, Marco. So,
a long walk.
Okay.
I hope this will work.
That's.
Is it on? Can you hear me?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm going to check if we get the mics. Do we have the mic? Ok, so there's a... ti passa il microfono gelato. Sì.
Grazie mille.
Ecco, perfetto. Grazie.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Politecnico di Milano. My name is Marco Tais, and I'm a professor here, but today I will act as the chairman of MADE 4.0 Competence Center, which is one of the 8 competence centers in Italy, which was launched in 2018 with the National Plan on Industry 4.0, and this afternoon you will be hosted over there. And MADE is also the Italian coordinator of one of the TEF, the one on intelligent, artificial intelligence, and we are very happy to work with you. Let me also welcome you on behalf of director, Donatella Asciuto. She could not be here today for other institutional activities. First of all, I'm very happy to see so many people here. I think that TEF are a very, very, very important initiative because, and this is what we experience every day, they are really helping companies, SMEs, startups, especially the one we are coordinating, to adopt digital technologies, in our case, artificial intelligence. We see that there is a very good setup of the instrument, and this is really appreciated by the companies that we are approaching. I think it's really one of the one of the best tools to address the Death Valley between research, innovation, and the full TRL. They work together and very well with the European Digital Innovation Hub, and in some countries as Italy with the Competence Center. And I think this geography of different tools is very important and is acting from our perspective and is working very well. I'm happy that everybody is here today. We can compare, we can benchmark, we can address best practices, and the synergies are also very important. I'm a vice chairman of the European Factory of the Future Research Association, which is the counterpart of the European Commission in Made in Europe, and we have been starting to work and looking for the FP10. And I had some calls yesterday with some members of the European Commission, and the TEF is considered a relevant topic, a relevant tool, but it's also something that we see to be let's say in the geography very, very important. So I think this is something that has to be considered again for continuation for future. So we are looking somehow for the second wave of TEF to be co-funded. We have experienced some area of improvement. That's always the case when you have new tools. But I think that's something that we should build on. I think this meeting today and tomorrow will be very important to address this area of improvements. And so for this, I just wish you, 2 very fruitful days. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So if I can have then the director of the Digital Industry Center, Fondazione Bruno Kessler, Alessandro Cimatti.
Okay. Thank you, Raffaele. So, thank you all for being here. Thanks to the Politecnico di Milano for hosting us, for hosting this important meeting. My name is Alessandro Cimatti. I am from Fondazione Bruno Kessler, where I directed the Center for Digital Industry. So we basically do research in AI and computer science and apply it to all the sectors of industry. A few words on Fondazione Bruno Kessler. Fondazione Bruno Kessler is a private research foundation. We are a non-profit institution counting more than 800 researchers with a budget of that for the first time this year topped 100 million euros. And the center that I direct is composed of more than 190 people. We started in 2001 in 85 people, so I think that this growth witnesses the relevance of the topics that we are working on. In particular, we can say that FBK has fully embraced the European strategy for AI integration with participation in the TEF projects, not only the AI Matters and the health project, but also the AgrifoodTEF that is led here by Raffaele. We participate in the data space initiatives, in the EDH, and in the innovation initiatives, and also we are part of the AI factory. So we have a strategy trying to implement a close connection between research and the technology transfer. In fact, we pursue a model that I like to define technology transfer inspired research, so that the research does not go to technology transfer in a waterfall model, but is really the technology transfer activities are really telling us what are the relevant research problems that we should be addressing. And in fact, we are pursuing the attempt to deliver technologies both to the private and the public sectors, and this has also shaped our organizational structure, where in addition to research units, we have also defined a specific unit aiming at bridging the gap between research and innovation, all in an integrated approach. So, in fact, we are really looking forward to the new EU Apply AI strategy that should be appearing shortly, and I will join our host in welcoming you again and wishing you a very fruitful, today's meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alessandro. So the next in line is Lucy. We have an address from her side. So she's pre-recorded a video for us, and I'll ask the Regia to put it on, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dear friends of the testing experimentation facilities, first, let me thank you for the organization of this important milestone event. I cannot be there today, but I'm certainly thinking of you, and I would like to express some thoughts before the start of the workshop. So let me first of all thank the AgrifoodTEF team, and in particular Raffaele Giaffreda and the Politecnico of Milano for hosting and preparing this conference. Today is an important milestone for the testing experimentation facilities that we launched in 2023. It's the half project execution time. And so the AgrifoodTEF, AI Matters, TEF-Health, CitCom.AI, and also our recently launched support action, CoordinaTEF. This conference is topical because it takes place at a defining moment for the role of Europe in the area of AI. Today, we know that the global competition for technological leadership is fundamentally reshaped by AI. AI is not just an emerging technology, it's a strategic pillar. It is one which will define our technological sovereignty, the security of our society, and the vitality of our democracies. And more than ever, we want to place Europe at the forefront of artificial intelligence developments. This was announced in the AI Continent Action Plan in April, where we said that we want to make Europe an AI continent. Now, as I was saying, we are at a pivotal moment. The new AI race has just begun. Global leadership, in our opinion, is still up for grabs. Europe is not only a challenger, but a leader in many fields that will define this race. And I think that testing and experimentation facilities actually have a very important role to play to help Europe in this race. In fact, through the TEF, the technology suppliers can test, can validate the AI-based software, their hardware solutions, AI-powered robotics, if this is the case, in real-world settings which have physical and virtual infrastructures. And this is normally quite, an expensive kind of setting that we are willing and very helpful to offer to our startups and our SMEs. And the TEF already play a crucial role in defining effective testing scenarios, in defining protocols, metrics for the important sectors such as agri-food manufacturing, robotics, health, and smart cities. And along with being able to offer technical help for integration, testing, and very importantly also demonstration. And what we would like to do now is to make sure that this role can match the ambition that was set out in the AI Continent Action Plan recently, and that we are preparing for the Apply AI strategy, which will be adopted in the coming month. In fact, we need to help more and more companies and the local public administration in the adoption of AI across the strategic sectors and the public sector. We need to make sure that the TEF become a very important actor in the ecosystem of AI innovation we have in the European Union, and so work closely with the European digital innovation hubs, with the AI factories, and with the future gigafactories. So we want to highlight the fact that Europe has a huge potential to achieve in the adoption of AI. Our firms hold more than half of the global market in industrial automation solutions, which is a cornerstone of industrial AI. In addition, European companies are top of the league on many applied AI applications, for example, for translation, for supply chain management, or for video creation. However, although we have this potential, and although we also have many skilled people and a lot of engineers in the European Union, AI adoption at the organizational level is quite slow. So at the moment, we have about 13.5% of European companies that used AI last year. Obviously, if we want to use AI to achieve competitiveness gains, we have to increase this rate. So we need to make sure that companies do use AI to redesign their production processes around the logic and the benefits that AI can offer. We need to promote an approach where the impact and the opportunities of AI are always considered whenever organizations face strategic or policy decisions. So if they have complex challenges, they will have to think of, among all the tools they have to face these challenges, all the benefits that AI can offer, taking, of course, into account the risk and the benefits that AI can bring. So this approach will be brought to you in the month of October through the Apply AI strategy, and we really think that the TEF can play a very important role to help companies to adopt and integrate AI in key sectors. So I will give you an example. The manufacturing sector, where many users are now calling for a reorganization of manufacturing processes on the European Union, they really need to use robotics, and particularly AI-powered robotics, and they could make use of a setting where the robotics companies can demonstrate the capabilities and the skills that the robotics have. And so we look forward at the fact that also the testing experimentation facility can play a role in this sense. And then, of course, we need to strengthen the adoption in healthcare, in the public sector, and we want to bring not only competitiveness gains, but really benefits for society at large. The Apply strategy will introduce a sector-specific approach. It will include policy flagships per sector, and the idea is also to make sure that we achieve sovereign AI, so that the AI that the public sector uses, but also possibly also that the strategic sectors uses, are actually made in Europe. And that's why we need the testing experimentation facility to help European companies to test and demonstrate the capabilities of those that they have achieved in their AI developments. This means that the TEF need to focus more on helping companies on testing AI solutions. It's okay to develop a catalog of services, but it is important that we are able to show more progress in the number of end users that are using the TEF, and position well the TEF in the innovation ecosystem, close to the needs of companies and the public administration. And the Apply AI strategy will help to ensure a seamless journey for AI application across all the different initiatives, and will help in putting the TEF at the center of also trying to connect the supply and demand for European AI solutions. But this means for the TEF a much closer connection to the end users in the different economic sectors. It also means greater focus on the possibility to link with European digital innovation hubs, as well as with the AI factories and the upcoming AI gigafactories. So, in essence, we want the TEF to become a more integrated part of the European innovation ecosystem. And as you know, we launched the AI Factories initiative, which builds and leverages our world-class network of supercomputers, which is a public network. So it's a network that makes computing capacity available for free to researchers, to SMEs, and also to the startups. And today, we are upgrading the supercomputers with the latest AI capabilities and the necessary GPUs, and we transform them in AI factories. And we have 13 AI factories that are operational across 17 member states and 2 participating states. And these AI factories, in cooperation also with the digital innovation hubs, will provide support services, including software engineering services, and also some training to fast-track access to data, tools, and also to talent. And we want to see developers of AI, startups, be very close to the activities of the factories and their services. And this in the training of different models, whether it's in healthcare models, or whether it's about designing a next generation autonomous systems, or whether it's about tackling climate change. And this is why you need to also to be closer to the factories. And then we have to think bigger, and we are taking the factories to the next level. We had announced, and we had also a call for expression of interest for gigafactories. So gigafactories are massive computers with lots of GPUs and integrating data centers. Gigafactories are really the ultimate ambition of our strategy. But they're also very expensive to put in place. They cannot just be a public sector effort, and so we are looking also for private investment in the gigafactories. We have launched a call for expression of interest, and this call has indicated that there are more than 77 responses across the European Union, and this shows really the interest in the investment in artificial intelligence in the European Union. So to conclude, I would like you, the testing experimentation facilities, to really help bring researchers, investors, and also innovators to help them understand that they can also achieve moonshots and very important projects that can use the computing capacity resources of the AI factories and in the future of the gigafactories, and that can also use the testing facilities, of course, to test their developments, but also to demonstrate their developments to the final users, and therefore help the innovators really achieve greater scale so that European industry will increasingly use developments made in the European Union. And here I would have one last remark, which is for those of you who have been involved in certification processes also, to see if you can help our smaller companies in their certification journey. It can be quite complicated. In the European Union, we're really making an effort to simplify our rules, to link very well the compliance to the AI Act with that of machinery regulation, with that of the medical devices, and it would be great also to be able to count on you to help the smaller companies to undertake this effort. So on this, with this final request, I thank you very much. I wish you a great workshop, a great conference today, and thanks again for your efforts, and looking forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we heard from the Commission then high expectations for these testing experimentation facilities. So that's what's coming next now. But this is the session where we'll hear everything from all the TEFs and CoordinaTEF as well. But before we get into this, I think we have a short video that summarizes a little bit where we are, a turning point in this journey that started in January 2023 and is going to last 5 years. So we are just past the half execution time milestone. Please, if I can have the video.
AI is moving fast, but before it hits the real world, it needs to be tested, validated, trusted. That's why Europe created TEFs, testing and experimentation facilities. TEFs are networks across Europe where complex digital technologies are tested and validated. TEFs combine both physical and virtual facilities, and every AI technology provider can apply for their services. 4 AI TEFs have been funded by the Digital Europe programme in 4 strategic sectors with one shared goal: to build AI you can trust. Getting started is simple. AI innovators can apply directly to access testing and validation services across Europe. Europe's future with AI and robotics is being built right now, and TEFs are where innovative ideas become trusted AI solutions.
Okay, so thank you. So this is the session, as I said, where we start reviewing a little bit what we've done in these past 2 years and a half, a little bit more now. So I'll start from AgrifoodTEF, and then I'll give the word to my TEF coordinator. I don't know how you say that in English, but we have then Valentina Ivanova, Petra Richter, and Tamara Svirt that will come on stage. And then we will close this session with David Brunelleschi for the CoordinaTEF presentation. So I'll start, actually I can move around, wow, good. Maybe not so good, yes, okay. So that's me, coordinator of AgrifoodTEF. And AgrifoodTEF is, this is in a nutshell. We are the network, the European network of testing and experimentation facilities to assess AI and robotics solutions for agri-food. So real-life testing and producing services for all Europe. So this is a number of partners are lined up, as you can see there from that slide. We are 37, I think, partners from representing 9 plus 1 different countries in Europe, but of course providing services for the whole European countries. So that's something that I like presenting usually on where we stand. The triangle of where we are positioned in providing support to the companies we work with. Technology, compliance, and then business. On the technology side, like all our TEFs represented here, we provide physical service, we provide digital services, we provide testing facilities that help technically test the solutions that are about to hit the market. So in our case, we do that also using physical facilities. We do that using the farmers' fields in many cases. And this is where we want to make sure that the technology we test is not sound for the purposes of just running a good technology test, but has got some impactful purpose for the farmers that are going to eventually adopt those solutions. On the compliance side, we want to accelerate the path to market, and there's a lot of hurdles, as you might have heard as well from Lucy, compliance hurdles that need to be overcome, and when you're small and you're an SME, those hurdles are very tall in terms of going through them. And that's where we provide the support to our companies to do some of those compliance tests before they actually have to file for compliance papers. And finally, we are, as I said, a large network of partners in Europe, and we have a strong business network surrounding each of the nodes, each of the partners, and therefore we provide also support for business potential of tested solutions. So this is a little bit a sum up of what we do. We extend the SMEs and startups and resources with testing resources that we have created and shared within our catalogs. And of course, we do assessment of robotics, benchmarking, we do AI algorithm assessments, and we have a particular focus on paying attention to the data that are produced within those experimentation, because this is where the value is. This is a little bit a snapshot of our dashboard. It's representing a little bit where we are midway, and just I highlighted out of there the number of contracts that we have signed until now and the number of unique customers. So despite the fact that there aren't that many in the agri-food sector, SMEs or startups that are really at the top of the use of AI technologies and robotics, still we managed to work with a number of them, and hopefully we will see that number increasing through the years, through the remaining 2 years. So just this is to wrap it up and say where we discovered the value. So in agriculture, we are looking at applying technologies, especially in the precision agriculture domain, crops monitoring, and we see more and more robotics coming to play a role in this, what is called the fourth agricultural revolution. So within these settings, we are looking for where is the more marginality in terms of business opportunities for the technology companies that work in this sector. And then we see solutions that are high value solution, because they help farmers save their time. They help them saving on chemicals and pesticides and all the things that they need to really bring the crop to fruition. And then, of course, we look at solutions where improved yields are a major focus. Savings on natural resources, while good for environmental purposes, is still perceived as a low value, but it's not for that we discard those kind of solutions. So technology offer from our side is really touching on the latest elements that we see applied in the agri-tech technologies, automated sprayers, weeding, treatments. The use of computer vision is quite strong in terms of services that we provide, and then safety compliance, we said, and sustainable agriculture. So this is a little bit just a collection of images that have been contributed from the various nodes, and you see a collection of those solutions that we engage with our customers. So the idea is really just not to go too much into the details now here, but just to invite you to contact our colleagues that are representing the various nodes here. You will see them later at the exhibition space. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Okay. So I'll ask Valentina. She can come on stage. Hi, Valentina. Thank you. This is for moving forward.
Hi, everybody. So here I will speak about the manufacturing TEF, which is AI matters. So nobody speaks anymore about the manufacturing, but just AI matters. So AI matters. It aims to accelerate the transformation of manufacturing industry and for fast acceptation of new AI technologies for manufacturing companies. It's an infrastructure which is spread in 8 countries, and our aim was to be more geographically spread, and it covers different sectors of manufacturing, because all products we have, it concerns the manufacturing. So we have very extensive service catalog, which is evolved continuously. You will see some examples. And here, as I said, we have this infrastructure is offering the real environment, which is the most close to the real industrial production. And you will see an example about a new experimentation area in one of the nodes. That was our publicity. And here is our customer journey. So once you know what is AI Matters, for the companies, you have to, first we get in touch, we have the intake and make initial analysis. After that, you have to meet the experts. So the experts, and with the experts, the service is defined, and a collaboration proposal is elaborated. Finally, we have to sign a contract and looking for a co-funding, how to this contract will be financed, and there is a service execution and the delivery of the final results. And of course, there is a questionnaire whether the customer is satisfied of our service. So that normally what is happening with different stages. What are our highlights? You saw some of them on our on the video. But at the October, for today is 1st of October, we have 88 signed contracts, and that means some of services are already delivered, some are in execution, and 137 are under investigation or almost ready to be signed. One of the highlights is very interesting because it is in cross-country. Since we are spread quite well in European Union, so our partner in Greece offered in the neighborhood countries, in Bulgaria, in Turkey. That's very important. We have 24 services which are already finished. What is very important that we serve mainly SMEs, since we are asked to deliver, but 90% of our customers, and it's because we are sectorial. Some of our partners from another TEFs, they have to serve also public organizations in different, this is the difference, but 90% of our customers are SMEs, and also we have some mid-caps or some large groups, but the most important, we serve the SMEs. It's as I said into the introduction, it's very diverse, different sectors in textile, in agriculture, in automotive. And so For due to the funding and some companies need in some nodes, they need to co-fund, to pay some extra price. It's for some companies for free, from some they have to pay. The payment is up to 25% of the price of total price of the service. So here is the average cost. I think it's not so important because I do not see too many companies. The discount follows the de minimis rules. So, as I told you, I put just only 2 highlights from our TEFs. After that, you will see in the other success stories. In the French node, this year we had 1,000 square meters, which is infrastructure opened for our customers, and it's dedicated only to the TEF. So there are experts working with the customers, and this area is very well equipped. Almost all needed equipment is purchased, and it's dedicated only to the TEF implementation. That's very important. The French node had annual conference, and there were 130 companies which is visit. They make regularly meetings with some sectorial association, which is very important. And in the third day of this annual conference, there were about more than 300 visitors from public, just large public. Another highlight is the achievement of, as I said, of our Greek satellite, because it is geographically in Southeast Europe and covers all this geographical sector. And there are services, as I said, in Bulgaria, in Turkey, and that is very important. So I think that is all I want to tell you, because after that you will see the success report on another success stories. So I want to thank you for your attention, and please visit our booth in the afternoon to see more about all achievement of our TEF. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have then Petra on stage. Prefer to walk? You prefer to stand?
Thank you very much, Raffaele. So first of all, hello everyone, and I would like to thank Raffaele and the FBK team for organizing the third xTEF event. I know how it feels. Thank you so much for having the 4 TEFs and CoordinaTEF here today. And I just want to remind, the first one was in Copenhagen, organized by CitCom. This is when we all got known to each other. Everything was new. Then we had last year the xTEF event in Berlin, open for business. And today we celebrate TEFs at full scale, in full operation, generating the impact that is expected by the European Commission and by the member states. So it's a pleasure to introduce and update you on the testing experimentation facility for health, AI, and robotics, TEF-Health today. We are now in the 3rd year, so 3 xTEF events, 3rd year of building an industry platform that brings together industry stakeholder, innovators, and also the hospital sector, the clinics. And we are funded by the European Commission and by the member states with 60 million euros. This is quite a lot for 5 years. But there's a special concept behind. Part goes in the development of the infrastructure and the platform. but part of the funding funds the industry partners for testing and also evaluating our services that we are creating. And of course, we are taking the feedback that we are receiving and the needs that we are learning about into account, and continuously are refining the services that we are developing in TEF-Health. TEF-Health is a flywheel that accelerates bringing AI and robotics products to the market. And we have a single entry point, TEF-Health.eu, where we bring together the AI and robotics providers with the testing and validation and certification service providers. Yeah? And this is unique in the market. It's a distinctive feature of TEF-Health to provide integrated network access, networks of excellent services that help testing and validating and that accelerate market entry of AI products. We now have accessible via our platform 342 major services that are ready to be served. They are not under construction. We have 2 open calls where we provide the services at discounted prices. And we actually serve companies that provide major products, major innovations. Here we see the innovation cycle, and there are several steps. I think the pointer does not work before a product can go to the market. This starts with the ideation, goes via the validation, implementation, and there are, especially in the healthcare sectors, many different checklists of features that need to be thought of, the regulatory requirements, the technology development, the clinical validation and testing, and of course the business development. So there's a lot to do, and we come in the game in the validation phase, the green phase, yeah, when there was proof of value, proof of feasibility, when the clinical trials start, the validation, the usability testing, for example, but most importantly, the requirements for the complex regulatory framework in Europe needs to be met. This is where we provide our services to AI and robotics providers. So I give you a couple of examples, what kind of services we are providing. One important category is consulting. We share the expertise of our TEF-Health hospitals, of the TEF-Health AI organizations with corporate partners. And this does not mean that we just share the expertise of the key opinion leaders, the leaders in the clinics, but really the entire staff, from the nurses, the technical staff, the doctors, to the patients, which also provide very important feedback. And this can have many different formats, from individual consulting to workshops that are being organized, or panels where focused topics are being discussed and knowledge is provided to our corporate partners. Another important field is usability testing. Usability testing in the European Union is not a nice to have, it is a must. The companies are obliged to analyze the usability of their products and to also document the usability. And we provide services from early prototype testing to approval with all the documentation and the creation of the files that are necessary. We have facilities, for example, virtual reality simulation facilities, but also cadaver testing, yeah, with animal cadavers, with human cadavers, and also living animals testing. And of course, very importantly, we provide support for the regulatory framework. As you know, the regulations in Europe are complex, and the medical technology providers really are facing challenges here. And some of the providers of niche products take back their products from the market because the recertification is very expensive or costs a lot of time. And this is where our expertise, especially regulatory expertise of the members of our consortium, comes in the play and supports the technology providers in meeting the requirements. And importantly, it is not just the CE certification for medical devices that needs to be achieved, but even when the product then has passed the CE certification, is on the market, it is required to check whether the product is used according to the files, yeah, and also if it continues to be safe. And also here we provide support for post-market clinical follow-ups and post-market evaluation of the safety of the products. And our hospitals in particular, they use a lot of advanced technologies and create a lot of data and are therefore very strong partners for this post-market evaluation and monitoring. A very important category of services is access to data, and this is the service, the need that is usually highest prioritized by our customers at the companies. Access to health data are sensitive. There's a lot of regulation about how health data can be processed and accessed, and there are real-world data that are generated in the hospitals during the normal operations. And for technology providers, it is important to have access to such data, how often a special device is being used, how often it has been sterilized, but of course also the results of clinical studies, for example. And you are all aware of the European Health Data Space that is in force and that is presently being implemented, that comes with the obligation for the hospitals to provide access to their real-world data. So it's not, it's a must, yeah? So the hospitals are obliged to provide access. TEF-Health is commissioned by the European Commission to provide access to real-world data for industrial research. Yeah, and this is very important. The data are very valuable for many of the companies, and therefore, of course, it's also a very attractive revenue model for the data sources and data providers. And of course, the data provision is done in compliance with the regulations, and the data have a price tag. Yeah, that's new. So these are the 4 highlighted categories: consulting, usability testing, regulatory framework, support, and data access. And how can now all these services being accessed via a digital marketplace that has been developed in the past 3 years that connects the AI and robotics healthcare product providers with a curated network of service providers. So this is a platform that is being developed in our consortium. It's secure and privacy protecting. It's hosted in a critical infrastructure. It's developed as open source software by our TEF-Health team and has a lot of functionalities that are being offered to our stakeholders: matchmaking, service provision, monitoring, and more. And because it is in-house made and open source and sitting in our own infrastructure, it's completely sovereign and autark. Yeah? There's no dependency at all, and all the data are secure and safe. So this gives you a little bit some highlights of the platform. So importantly, our target audience for the platform are the health AI developers, robotics innovators, and also the certification bodies that also need access to testing, validation infrastructure, and data in a safe environment. We have now 170 active users of our marketplace, of our platform. There are the service providers, there's a service catalog that is being offered. Then there's a help desk with a lot of documentation for all our stakeholders so that they know how to use the platform. There is community and information management support. And in the orange field, you see the leads. Yeah, this is the start of getting in contact with our customers, the leads management, potential customers that either file an application for discounted services or directly access the services. The matchmaking tool, where either via applications for discounted services or via the fast track, direct access is possible to the services provided by the consortium, and the service execution monitoring and the outcome monitoring, where we have the surveys that are informed by also the requirements communicated by the European Commission to us, the numbers that they need in order to see whether the investment creates the impact that is expected. So now you see really the platform. You get a glimpse in how it looks like. Let's start this little demonstration. We have 4 different user categories. We have the customers, the service providers, our own staff, and the community. And we have different functionalities. So for example, the customers can discover the services. There's a lot of information, the service catalog with price tags and price examples. And while the platform is single entry point, they can directly push then the button, apply, put the service in their basket, and start the application. You know, state aid regulations need to be obeyed. They need to fill all the eligibility criteria, upload all the documents, and then apply or use the fast track without all the application, directly access the service. And there's a central communication part where the service providers then are connected with the customers and directly can communicate via single entry points, so no navigation, so different service providers for our customers. The service providers can manage their services. They can continuously add services, update the services. The catalog is always up to date, and they also get curation support. And of course, the service providers can also manage the requests that they are receiving, organize the contracts that they are concluding with the customers, and there's a help desk functionality, also very important, that provides direct access to the expertise, and in particular the regulatory expertise of the TEF-Health staff. TEF-Health staff has also some functionalities supporting their work, design tools for events, but also event management, setting up registration pages, for example, and also creating email lists that target special customer groups of the platform in compliance with the regulations. So only those who have provided a consent then will also receive the information that we want to distribute. And last but not least, the outcomes are captured. This is relevant for our own TEF-Health staff, but also for the European Commission and the member states that provide the funding to see what is the evaluation, the feedback that we receive from our customers. And everyone can register for this platform via the code there, or just go to the website, TEF-Health.eu. We have the 2 open calls that can be accessed via our website, where discounted services are being accessible. And we have now 342 service offerings. Importantly, the services that we have also provided here in the first 2 years, it was 60 contracted services, are very broad. We are not focusing on one medical discipline. We have cancer products, we have intensive care, cardiovascular, neurotech, and also very general applications that are not disease or domain specific. 30% of our customers have already started CE marking, which indicates that we are reaching the target group that we want to reach, that have major products and just need to navigate through the regulatory landscape. And 88% of our customers so far were SMEs. And we are also very happy to see that there's some significant cross-member state provision of services. 33% in the first 2 years of services were provided across the border of member states. Coming to an end, I think we have a very clear differentiator for what we are serving with TEF-Health. We provide access to health, AI, and robotics providers to a very orchestrated and unique network of integrated service providers via a single entry point. And we become a sustainable economic entity as part of our work program. This is our promise, so we are working hard on this for becoming possibly an EU multi-country regulatory sandbox where the regulatory policies are being implemented and the testing is happening under controlled conditions of new medical devices in advanced and trustworthy and secure infrastructure provided by our consortium members. And with this, I just end the presentation with inviting you to visit the booth later today to meet the team, the 9 member states, 52 partners, and check out what else we have to offer. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next line is CitCom.AI, Tamara Desvir.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Tamara. I'm from IMEC, and I'm the coordinator of CitCom.AI. I was going to say I'm the new coordinator, but I'm not that new anymore. I'm already here for a year. But as some of you might know, we have been through a change at CitCom. But that we have left behind, so we're now in full force. And today I'm here with a number of my colleagues from our over 30 partners in our CitCom consortium. What's our mission? CitCom is the test and experimentation facility for cities and communities, which is maybe a little bit different from the other three because we operate in the public sector, right? Our value or our mission is to increase the adoption of AI in the public sector, where the driver is not always profitability, but is often impact, societal impact, sustainable impact, and a better life for our citizens. And we do that by testing and experimentation to, while ensuring that it is regulatory compliant, interoperable, and especially also scalable throughout many of our cities and not only one city. And if you drill it down to the essence, I think there are three important roles that we fulfill. The first thing we do is we guide. We guide the cities towards finding valuable use cases where AI can really have an impact. It's a little bit of a hype today, and we see a lot of cities approaching us saying, we need to do AI, right? But why? Why do you need to do AI? Where does it really become a valuable aspect of the service you deliver to your cities, to your citizens, sorry. So we also put a lot of effort in defining use cases together with our cities, and then scout for AI providers that deliver the solutions that might be applicable to that. A second thing that we do is that we then organize the tests. We offer a lot of digital facilities, physical facilities, testing zones in a city to make that possible. And I think we are not that much robotics oriented, but only putting a sensor in a street, it's difficult. What is our goal is to make it hassle-free. Again, not in one city, but in all the cities. Education of cities is a very important role that TEF has, because if we want to make AI scalable throughout the cities, we need to have much more cities that are willing to adopt it and are open to it, not only from a regulatory perspective, but also from a citizen adoption perspective. A sensor in a city is not always easily acceptable by our citizens, but we need to make them aware that it's not about controlling them, it's about helping them. So that's why we need to make the link to the impact. And that's then the impact we validate. We do not only test the solutions, whether or not they are technically possible, but also how are they from an AI Act perspective, from a cybersecurity perspective, whether or not they are trustworthy. And I think that that is a very important step that we do as CitCom as well. And then also important, we make the link to procurement, because that's also how we differentiate from other TEFs. Public procurement is also a very important aspect of our TEF, because if we want to have more AI solutions and providers that make AI solutions for the public sector, we also need to make sure that they are bought, right? And making the link from actual demand and supply is a very important link. And that's why how we, as our CitCom, we want to make the link, or we want to accelerate prototypes from Tirol 6 to 9, really from coming out of the lab where it's tested on a very small data set to really testing the impact all the way through market introduction. So if you look at our value proposition, we actually have two target audiences. On the one hand, we have the AI innovators where we want to increase the commercial attractiveness and applicability of their solutions through the testing, technical, functionally, and regulatory in the cities, by offering them high quality and realistic data at scale, preferably from multiple cities, right? So when you drill it down, it always comes back to the data, right? The data we have, but which we don't use. In public sector, the data it's there, but you can't access it very often. But also the data we have, but we can't use because of all kinds of barriers, reluctance, fear, often also camera footage is there, but it can't be used, right? Because people are, in often cases, just afraid to share it, right? They don't even know if it's allowed. And then third, the data we don't have. A lot of experiments are linked to data generation with all kinds of new sensor technology inside or outside of the, well, inside in the buildings, but also outside on the streets. And also there again, how can we help those AI innovators to decrease the hurdles and make it easier for them to actually test their solutions. And then on the other hand, we offer our services to the cities and the communities to basically increase their trust to adopt AI and not be so reluctant, which will have a positive effect on the supply side. If they see that the trust in AI in cities goes up, they will invest more in providing solutions for that market. So we want to lower the barrier and increase the trust. I have one slide missing with my with my results, which has resulted so far in 165 experiments over 15 sites. I think we have 64 experiments finished by now, which my slide with my numbers, which is missing. Priorities for 2026 then. As we are halfway, CitCom has had quite some difficulties in really getting established. But if I look at the future, I think as CitCom, we need to spend more. Yeah, this is not my final slide, but we need to spend more time on doing business development, making sure that we access a new pool of customers. What I see is that we often relate to the customers we already know from the past, companies we used to work with, but I think we need to spend more time and effort in spreading our value and spreading the news to a new set of customers, which means more emphasis on business development. Secondly, I think we need to become the environment of choice for the setup of regulatory sandboxes. I think there's, especially for the public sector, a real value in the test and experimentation facility to link with the regulatory or the difficulties between how far innovation is and how far the regulation is, and to make sure that we can get across that point. We need to increase, or we need to continue to build our digital and physical facilities so that they keep up with innovation. And we need to have real world master class facilities that really make a difference and that really can be innovative, not only in our individual countries, but across Europe. And then finally, we will continue to work on our sustainability, because we have 2 more years to go before we need to make sure that we can keep on providing the value within the European citizens after that. Thank you.
Okay, so the last but not least presentation. I think you're still having some slides here, but okay. Okay. Right, so David Brunelleschi from CoordinaTEF, which is the CSA that has been launched a few months ago now. and this is really helping us all for sectorial TEF to deliver the value that you've seen until now and make it easier for us to reach indeed our target audience. David Brunelleschi, the coordinator, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Raffaele, and good morning, everybody. And yep, as anticipated, David Brunelleschi from Intellera Consulting. I'm the project coordinator of the CoordinaTEF initiative, and I think I'm the last intervention that is now separating all us from the first morning break, so I promise I'll be very brief in my presentation. Well, where should we start from? Well, during our introductory speeches this morning, I think we have all heard about the ecosystem, this growing AI, EU-powered ecosystem that is currently developing, and new pieces are being added day after day. Director Lucy Scioli at the beginning in her introductory speech was mentioning the AI factories, the European Digital Innovation Hubs, the upcoming gigafactories, and we heard recently now even in the latest interventions about the regulatory sandboxes. So it's quite a wide ecosystem where testing and experimentation facilities are one piece of this puzzle, are an important piece of this puzzle. So I think I don't need to convince anybody that the value of working together is enormous. The potential impact of actually collaborating across all these initiatives is huge. But talking about impact and looking basically at the 4 AI sectorial TEFs co-funded by the Digital Europe program we just heard about, I just want to stop on it for 1 minute on an overall picture with some core numbers about overall these 4 TEFs, what they represent till now. Well, basically backed by a total investment of over 200 million euros coming both from the European Commission and from member states. Up to now, these 4 TEFs represent 36 different nodes all across basically all EU member states, which are offering more than 100 physical and virtual testing sites across Europe. We have heard from the previous presentations that all of these TEFs are providing each one of them more than 100 specialized services, which are spanning across testing, prototyping, compliance, and much more. And we will hear more about this afternoon. We're talking about more than 100 partner organizations all together, working together to provide these testing and validation services to the end users. And most of all, up to now that we're halfway through the journey, we have already more than 1,400 users that have been supported in this journey. So, and almost 90% of these SMEs, small, medium-sized enterprises, one of the key targets of the testing experimentation facilities. And then finally, in this overall context, after the initial setup phase of the 4 sectorial AI TEFs, here comes also a new player on the block, the CoordinaTEF, Coordination and Support Action, a recent new entry that has the objective of, as the word says, uniting and coordinating the AI sectorial TEFs by basically trying to boost their visibility, their impact, and their collective reach. It's a consortium, a relatively small consortium compared to the others we have just heard about, made of the 4 AI TEF sectorial coordinators, together with another few specialized companies that want to foster synergies and to drive these joint efforts. In a nutshell, what does CoordinaTEF aim to achieve? What are the key objectives? First of all, try to bridge those gaps, try to connect the dots, try to connect and create the synergies with the AI ecosystem. This is a key priority for CoordinaTEF and for all the AI TEFs to leverage as much as possible on the entire ecosystem because, as we were mentioning at the beginning, together we are stronger. But synergy is not just operational alignment. It's not just getting together and coordinating the agendas and doing some events together. The real added value of synergy is actually supporting the user, guiding the user, the final user, through this ecosystem where they need to go. That's perhaps one of the core objectives, one of the core priorities of CoordinaTEF, and I'm happy to say also of the 4 AI sectorial TEFs, to try to support as much as possible the final user in this ecosystem in order that they know where to go to find that support, that assistance that they're actually looking for. And how will this happen? Well, in CoordinaTEF, there will be, we have just launched it also, in this case, an overall help desk available and accessible where users can go and refer to for support indication in order to know exactly who to reach out to in relation to the support they're seeking. And on top of all this, of course, CoordinaTEF is trying to learn from the AI sectorial TEFs. It's trying to identify some key findings, key recommendations, key learnings that could be useful for even future AI sectorial TEFs that could be coming up. And this is basically the spirit of, for those of you who will be with us even tomorrow morning, that will be kicking off tomorrow morning. So we're trying to basically, from tomorrow, and this is a process that has already started and will continue even in the future, exchange experiences. What is working well? What is not working well? Let's see also how the other AI TEFs are progressing. Of course, the 4 sectors are really different from one each other, but anyway, there are some elements that I'm sure, if shared, could be of value for everybody. What I wanted to very quickly show you all is basically one important tool that we have recently set up. It's our CoordinaTEF.EU web portal. It's a single entry point for knowing what the AI sectorial TEFs are all about. And it's basically a further access, a single access point to their services, to their catalogs, to what they are actually offering. It doesn't want to be a repetition of what you can already find on the already established and working portals of the 4 AI TEFs. It wants to be a further gateway that can help the users in one single point find comprehensive information about the AI sectorial TEFs, and why not? Maybe also learn about some success cases, interesting facts and figures, find some examples of service being delivered. So if you have not done so yet, please have a look at the CoordinaTEF.EU web portal. And some recently added features to the CoordinaTEF web portal, just wanted to very quickly mention them. FAQ section, this will be continuously populated in the near future. And of course, already mentioned help desk feature. If you have any doubts, don't hesitate to contact the help desk in case of need. You'll be redirected, hopefully, to go and find that support, that service you're actually looking for. Getting to a conclusion, I want to thank you all for your attention today. And if you still haven't visited the CoordinaTEF.EU web portal, please do so. And don't forget also to register to the newsletter to be continuously updated about what is going on all around AI TEFs and what is going on more broadly in the AI ecosystem all across Europe. Thank you very much. Raffaele, back to you, and see you later.
Thank you, David, thank you. Right, so this is the moment we've been looking for now. We are having a little bit of a break. So after that, we're going to have two sessions, 2 panels. The first one will be discussing with our esteemed guests and speakers the private interests and where TEFs can deliver service. So we'll be discussing with a number of speakers and moderate and having this panel. Then we'll have another one dedicated to the interests of the public stakeholders in these initiatives. And then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll have yet another session in the afternoon where we try to draw the whole puzzle of how the European AI strategy is coming along with different initiatives being represented here on stage. So without any further ado, I thank you for your patience, and thanks to the speakers. I'll ask the speakers to stay on. Perhaps we can take a picture together. And we take a break now for half an hour. You'll be hearing the timekeeping bell that I introduced you earlier on. So when it's time to come back, please be back, and we'll start the session. Thank you all. See you in half an hour. Okay, so can we start having one meeting, please? Just, okay. Like audiences that are well behaved, well done, people. Okay, so here we are, we start with the announced session. So I will introduce the moderator, and then I'll pass the floor to him for introducing the members of the panel. So we start now with the session dedicated to the private interests and the private aspects that are associated with the use of TEF. We call them TEF multiplicators. So really, the purpose of these sessions is try and identify also for us that are executing the TEFs, what could be the best path to follow in terms of gathering more numbers, gathering more visibility with our services, and getting more and more engagement with the SMEs and the companies in general that work in this sector with AI and robotics in Europe. So I'll introduce my colleague, Francesco Matteucci, who is a senior innovation, senior advisor on innovation from Fondazione Bruno Kessler. Please, the floor is yours, Francesco, and I'll let you introduce your speakers. Thank you. I want this.
Thank you, Federico. Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to use this 42 minutes to try to show how the TEFs, as part of the EU AI ecosystem, can really multiply the possibility to make Europe really the EU AI continent. So this session, let me introduce the different speakers. The idea is to invite and to speak on the stage in a lively discussion with people having different experiences within the digital and AI ecosystem. So I start introducing Gus Keder. Gus represents the investment part, so the financial part. Thanks, Gus, for coming. Then it's a pleasure to have on the stage Federico Menna, that is the CEO of EIT Digital. Thank you, Federico. Then I invite on the floor Sebastiano Tofaletti, that is the Secretary General of European Digital SME Alliance. Thank you, Sebastiano. And then Nuno Serra, Executive Director of Find for Sustainability Collab in Portugal. Thanks, Nuno. I would like to start asking sorry because the gender balance is horrible. That's my fault. Having worked many years in the Commission, I know I should have taken more care, but due to some problems, it was not my good result. So I would suggest that we start with a general 2 minutes introduction of each of you, and then we start the discussion. So Gus, if you want to introduce yourself, to switch it on, there is exactly, now it works.
Hello? Yep. Yeah, my name is Guus. I've been invited here to represent the view of the investors, but as you will hear later on, my conviction is that we should not focus on investors. We should focus on the ventures, because it's in the ventures that we create the technologies, where we create the wealth that we need to develop. My background, I'm a technologist by training and by conviction. and I've used technology in my career, both as an entrepreneur and as an investor. And I'll tell you a very short story. In the year 2000, that was at the height of the internet bubble. I was in a venture capital firm, and with 4 partners, we had to review 5,000 business proposals. Now you can imagine that that is impossible. And since then, I've been thinking about how we can improve that process and give, attention to what ventures are trying to tell the investors. And now in the last part of my career, I've been focusing on developing methodologies to really improve the process, to bring ventures, to connect ventures with all the resources they need, and to allow them to develop much faster than what is happening today. And I'm doing that within the context of Bondo Foundation, but we have the plan to spin off a commercial activity where we really commercialize that for the whole ecosystem, and we will do that in the coming hopefully month.
Thank you, Gus, for introducing also your Bondo initiative. And I give the floor to Federico. Please introduce yourself and EIT Digital. Thank you, Federico.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I represent EIT Digital, who is one of the 9 knowledge and innovation communities of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. We are essentially an ecosystem of partners representing industry. To name a few, we work with ST Microelectronics, Telecom Italia, Bosch, research and technology organizations like FPK that invited us to be here today, or universities like Politecnico di Milano, which is just next door, and many other startups, SMEs, and associations of other ecosystem players. What do we do with this ecosystem? We essentially do 2 things. On the one hand, we work on skills and education in digital. So we build a generation of leaders that know digital technologies, but also know how to create an impact in society and economy, because we combine the technical education with innovation and entrepreneurship education, and we feed these talents into our venture incubation, venture growing, and venture scaling activities, which are all about creating new digital champions across Europe. And we do this with a network of 20 offices across Europe and with 1 office in Silicon Valley. We are one of the first generation of the EIT KICs, so we are about to become independent. Actually, we are independent since 1st of January, but in a couple of weeks we will even rebrand to complete the process that was started in the last couple of years. And yeah, happy to engage in the discussion.
Thank you, Federico. Now I give the floor to Sebastiano.
Thank you, Francesco. So I have to do a pitch, right? I have to do a pitch.
Yes.
Okay. Well, very simple. The European Digital SME Alliance is the largest network of technology SMEs around Europe, across Europe. Technology SMEs, I mean companies who do software and technology services. And these are very important partners of the SME community, because they are those who actually transfer technologies into manufacturing SMEs and traditional SMEs and so on. So we have approximately 45,000 of these companies in the membership of the organization. Perhaps I also want to mention I'm one of the people who have come up with the concept of Eurostack. So the idea to create an integrated digital technology infrastructure for Europe, which will address the choke points. So the dependencies that we have vis-a-vis foreign technology providers, mainly from US and China. So what we are saying is we should let go a little bit this narrative that Europe should only succeed in the application layer, where we try to put all the money funding startups that want to succeed in the application layer, and we have forgotten the entire stack, the entire infrastructure, which is on which the applications run. I'm talking about things like cloud computing, but also, of course, AI language models, chips, connectivity, infrastructure in general, and platforms, for instance, distribution platforms which are necessary for the applications to go to the market. So all of these layers, we are saying Europe should take control, should own and develop as much as possible of these layers of the stack if we want to be less dependent on other players and more resilient.
Thank you very much, Sebastiano. We will go back to this infrastructure and different layers. Now, Nuno, if you want, you have the mic. Yeah, we only have 4. We are in 5, so there is one missing. Nuno, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I come from a collaborative laboratory. It needs a bit of explanation. Collabs were created in Portugal quite recently, 2018. We have now 41 of these organizations approved and 35 financed, and together they account for 1,400 researchers doing knowledge transfer and knowledge valorization. Why is this important? Because we are, collabs are typically involved in all of these networks. Testing and experimentation facilities. I'm not sure if we have a collab, but we have for sure members of collabs participating in this network. And also collabs are directly involved with EDIHs in Portugal. So we have 17 EDIHs. I manage Smart Sustainable Farms, Foods and Trade, which is the EDIH for agri-food. So food for sustainability, sustainable food systems, EDIH for agri-food, and one of our members is also collaborating with us, running a test bed called Sustainable Foods in a facility where we demonstrate how aquaponics, bioponics, and algae production can be done in a circular way. Our collab has been developing a lot of solutions, some digital, to help regenerative farming and carbon farming. We are also running a living lab on carbon farming, the Iberian one, Portugal and Spain. And in the past, I also supported startups and scale-ups grow and exit, mainly in healthcare. So I was thrilled to know about the work of TEF-Health also, in addition to what TEFs are doing in agri-food.
Thank you, Nuno. I give the floor to Federico for the first interaction with all of us. And the idea, Federico, is I know that as EIT Kick Digital, you have been working with and you are partner of many projects, EDH, many European AI initiatives. My first question is, do you have in your mind examples, or let me say ideas, on how to maximize the possibility of the TEFs and of the other infrastructure like EDH, AI Factory, how to collaborate? Do you have examples? Do you have ideas on how to maximize this infrastructure connection? Because most of the times what is my feeling is that there is a strong knowledge gap between this infrastructure and the market, but also between the different infrastructure. So I really think that one of the goals should be really to increase the neural network. What do you think about it, and do you have some examples?
Yeah, thank you. Well, it's a very, very good question. And indeed, especially from the outside, sometimes it feels that there is a lot of initiatives and sometimes even overlapping, or maybe it's not easy to understand what the connections are. In a way, I think this is just normal because the Commission had to start from somewhere, and starting many grassroots initiatives, you build connections, but you also build some kind of overlap. So now I think it's the moment to take a step back and understand what works, what doesn't work, and what can be the link between the different initiatives. One example, I have a couple of examples actually, because you also mentioned the AI factories, which are a great example in my view. But I would like to start from the first part that you mentioned, which is the EDIH versus the TEF. For example, at EIT Digital, together also with our sister organization TEF-Health, we are involved in the Health Data Sweden, which is the EDIH in Sweden focused on the health sector, which has strong ties with the TEF-Health. And I like to think about the EDIH as a sort of customer of the TEFs, because in a way, the EDIH represents the entry point. It can be a one-stop shop, providing many services, but is also very localized, while the TEFs are acting at a higher level. And it can be a good entry point for a startup or an SME to start having a discussion with the EDIH to understand what are the services, but also what are the improvement points for the specific company. And then the TEF can be the infrastructure available to test the solution in a, let's say, controlled environment, something that the EDIH doesn't have or has at a much smaller scale with the test before invest. So this is one example. At EIT Digital, we are also involved in a multi-country project of DigiConnect called LLM Bridge, which is about building the next generation of European champions in large language models. And one of the objectives of that program is also to channel these companies, entrepreneurs even, because we even offer the opportunity to entrepreneurs to build their company on LLMs. We channel them to the AI factories, because also we invested a lot in the AI factories, but we need to also make sure that the usage is balanced between business and research to make sure that in the end this capacity also brings impact. And with this program we involve Lumi, for example, we involve Cineca, we involve GRNet, and that's a good way, in my view, to channel promising companies to another significant infrastructure that the Commission has built. So the examples are there. Probably what we need is to, as I said at the beginning, make a step back and even provide maybe better guidance to the people out there to make sure that they find the right path, because the instruments are strong.
Thanks, Federico. So the first message in terms of multiplication effect on my side, the take-home message is that there are already examples. What we need to do is really to bridge this knowledge gap, trying to identify a sort of possibility to share these experiences. What I asked to Nuno is, you have, I mean, your career has been long and you have been working in different roles and with different experiences. Do you think that somehow what Federico described now is also linked to a general lacking of business developer mentality in terms of people that can valorize the research results and bring it to the right initiative? So do you think that in your Portuguese initiative you have enough people able to go from the companies, understand which are their needs, bring them to your collab or to your ADH, in the future to the TEFs? And so on this knowledge gap, do you think that the skills gap is somehow something that you would like to develop further in your initiative, or do you think that you have enough skilled people?
Absolutely. We need to build capacity and to qualify people for all the changes that we aim to make. And collabs were created also to help bridge those gaps. So most of, well, at least 1/3 of our staff are PhDs. They come from academia. They were doing basic or applied research, and now we are making them different kind of professional. So it's a knowledge-intensive business server. So we need to take the knowledge from where it's created and make them applicable to SMEs and the public sector. And there's a huge gap, not only in terms of knowledge and understanding of the state of the art and what we should be doing now, but also the language. They speak different languages. And in our sector, agri-food, it's really a different language. When we talk with a farmer, we don't do video conferencing. We go there and visit the farm. And while we are at the fields, we explain what we can make different based on the technology that we can provide nowadays. So this capacity building is crucial. So we launched several initiatives like webinars and things that are common those days, but also small pilots to give farmers an idea of the benefit they can get from adopting a different technology or gather certain types of data or manage data differently, because some have huge amounts of data but they have no information to make decisions. So this has been the first aim of the EDIH, was to train and qualify by providing small pilots and a personalized view of the benefits they can have adopting these kind of technologies.
Thank you, Nuno. So the message in terms of multiplication is that for sure we need to train the people, so the capacity building, but also not only, if I understand correctly, the people, let me say, of the infrastructure, so the people in the ADH and the TEF, but also the other people around. So the people from the public, the people from the business, so in your case, the agriculture people, or in the case of Petra, the people in the hospital. So we really need to train the people in the language of valorizing and making more impact on what are the EU AI initiative. If I ask to Gus, so if we move to the investor where you have been, but you are also, an experienced technician, not only an investor, also you work with your own business. And so from this point of view, how do you see, Gus, the different European Commission funded AI initiative? May they be considered by investor a sort of de-risking strategy? So if a company goes to one of these infrastructure to test before invest, do you think that in the future the investor may say, I want you to go there because this will de-risk me, so I will give you more money? And if it has got sense to do this, how should the TEFs, the EDH, relate and create a network with the investors?
Yeah, I think this validation and certification are things that you need to do on the path to become a successful commercial company. It also depends a little bit at what stage you are and what type of investors you address. If you are addressing a business angel who doesn't have that much money but has a lot of expertise and wants to invest and help very early stage startups, then the validation and the certification may not be necessary at that stage, but that person could really help the company to take that step and to be introduced and to help to go through the process of certification and validation. If you address later stage investors, like the big venture capital funds, these people are not investing their own money. They're investing money that belongs to pension funds and insurance companies and so on. And they need to show that they have, that they use diligence in their decision-making processes. So if they are being seen as investing in companies that have not validated or have not certified their technologies, that doesn't really work. So for these type of investors, it's very important that we have this type of infrastructure. And before the TEFs existed, the companies needed to do this as well. They needed to do this, but it was more difficult. It was more difficult to figure out where to go. And I really see the TEFs as a one point of call where you can start to go through your validation and certification and testing. So I think from that perspective, it's a very good initiative, and I think it is important that these organizations also build the trust with the investors, because the investors, they don't know about this. They learn about this when they talk to startups, but they have to start learning about these facilities. Eventually, they will maybe help companies that they think are interesting but have not yet a certified technology. They can say, why don't you do this? Why don't you go there? We can help you with that. We can connect you to people that can help you on that journey. So I think in that sense, it's a very, very good initiative, but it's not the only one that is necessary, because the ventures, they need resources, and the validation and certification is only one of the resources they need. They also need to cooperate with SMEs. So for instance, there are 45,000 digital SMEs in Sebastiano's organization. We need to make those connections as well, because here each TEF has 25 organizations that they cooperate with, 4 TEFs, 100 organizations, 45,000 SMEs. In Europe, we have 26 million SMEs. We need to connect all these companies with these 26 million, the relevant portion, or maybe the very small but relevant portion of all these people that can help the ventures to become successful. That is missing. That's what I'm working on, but you know that.
Thank you. Thank you, Gus. So the take-home message is, for sure, the TEFs as well as the EDH, they can create an added value for the investors. Maybe this concept of labeling has to be more, let me say, discussed inside the TEFs to provide a sort of labeling that then we can present to the investors. A quality label, exactly. And what you said in the end is, as also the previous, let me say, take-home messages, we need to empower the connection between the UN initiatives, between the people, but also between the SMEs, and to show them how they work. So now I go to Sebastiano, but first I show to all of you a double hat of Sebastiano that personally I liked a lot. The first event where FBK showed and asked me to present AI and FBK activities one year ago, now I'm ignorant about the AI after 1 year, but 1 year ago I was completely ignorant. And I was invited to this event, and for half of the day, everybody in this event was criticizing AI Act, was saying that Europe is not attractive for AI. So I was not able to understand why in Milan such an event was criticizing Europe. And everybody was saying US is doing A, B, C, D, and so on. And for many hours this happened, until on the stage it came Sebastiano that said, hey guys, we are Europe. We are not the last one. We were here since thousands of years, and we have got a lot of wonderful results in digital and in AI. To make you an example, this early morning I was reading the newspaper. There is a person, I don't know, many of you know, that one of the few living persons that was working hand by hand with Steve Jobs and then with Jeff Bezos. His name is Piacentini. He left the Silicon Valley as a billionaire, and he worked for 3 years for free for the Italian government to help the development of the digitalization in Italy. And today, now he's in Turin, where he's a VC and investing a lot of his money. And he said this morning in the Italian newspaper, hey, Europe, you don't need to wake up. You are already awakened. In the AI, Europe is better than what everybody is saying. And this first discussion I heard from Sebastiano, and the idea, just to conclude, and I give you the floor, was that in the end, Sebastiano told me, hey, Francesco, do you know who is paying this event in Milan? I said, no, it was Meta, okay? So just to give you a flavor of where we are living. We are living in Europe, but we are bombarded by US giga and trillion companies to think in their boxes, not in our boxes. So, Sebastiano, the first question, I make you 2 questions. The first one is, how do you see the TEFs to work with your digital SME? How do you imagine a possible collaboration to multiply the effect, as Gus said? And the second question is, what I heard from you and what you then developed as Eurostack, how it is working, this initiative, and how eventually the TEFs can be an enabler of these different layers of European champions in the digital ecosystem.
Thank you, Francesco. First of all, I find this panel very interesting because you are connecting the SMEs, the investors, the education, etc. So different stakeholders to try really to get something impactful out of all of this commission funding, the TEFs, and not only the TEFs, the IHs, the edicts, etc. So all of these initiatives which we have I think many of us are struggling to see, okay, where will this go? Which impact will we have? Because the race, the global race in which we are now is a race for technology, AI firstly, which is not just one of the things we cannot miss. It is the fundamental battle of our times. I think we are losing every day portions of our prosperity, portions of our independence, of our freedom, because the way these technology companies are advancing, foreign technology companies, supported nowadays more and more by their governments, and I'm thinking in particular about Washington. This is absolutely scary, okay? And I think we all understand what I'm talking about here. So it is fundamental for us to see the impact out of the good European initiatives like TEFs that we have. So we have to keep talking, we have to keep really focusing on what we can do out of it. So to be very blunt, if I ask my SMEs, do you know about TEFs? Okay, the answer is no. Let's be clear. Yes, I heard, I'm very glad to be here. I heard a lot of good things. There are many SMEs using it, very good. As it was said, we have 26 million SMEs out there. And we cannot limit ourselves to a few hundreds of them using the TEFs. Let's be frank. The objectives must be much more ambitious. Now, I don't have the magic stick, but if I can give you one idea perhaps, one of the most asked questions by our AI startups nowadays is, can we actually use DeepSeek? Is it a good idea or not? Because, this is Chinese. It works very well, but it is Chinese. And okay, let me reflect on that. Why do they ask this question? Because DeepSeek is open source, which means, or kind of open source, which means they can take it, they can install it on their computers, they can train it, and they have a completely independent model, which doesn't talk to China, okay? It is not connected. It is sovereign somehow, it is controllable, yet it is being trained on probably biased data, right? So it's probably a biased algorithm, and companies may just ask themselves, is it right or wrong to use this algorithm? And the same goes with other open source algorithms. So one of the things we could do with the TEFs is, if you want to test something, why don't you test that? Why don't you test DeepSeek and the other open source algorithms in the real life situations? So once they have been trained or before they are trained by all these startups and SMEs, are the results good enough? Are they reliable? Is there a bias or not? And what you can do with it? This is a really concrete help that the TEFs can give to many AI startups to move on. Because, let's face it, either we develop our own large language models, and Europe is at about 3, the US 40, China, and so on. So, we are much below. So, or the other short-term option is these so-called small vertical models, which means taking an open source model and train it on your data. This is a chance for success of our companies, and I believe we should be very concrete and look at impacts. So why don't we use the TEFs to help our companies to do this? I have more ideas, but we can probably discuss later.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sebastiano. So the take-home message for sure is that we need to be, I would say, more ambitious in a way, and also to be more practical in the same way. As you said, DeepSeek can be one example. I'm sure you have got many more. And if I go to the future of the TEFs, we have got here a representative of the Commission, and my role in CoordinaTEF, together with David and all the other colleagues that I thank for organizing. To answer your question, Sebastiano, the good idea of the speakers has come from Raffaele, so he's the guy that thought the different speakers. So the idea goes to Federico, and I ask you, the future of the TEF have to be financial sustainable. Now the Commission is giving money, and obviously in the next years money, and then at a certain point we say, oh, less money, the member state less money, and so you need to become independent. You lived this experience with the IT Digital. Which are your multiplicators, ideas to give to the TEFs to say, hey guys, maybe it's better if you immediately start to do this if you want to consider in the future yourself as financial sustainable?
Yeah, that's another very good question. Indeed, in the EIT model, the financial sustainability is embedded from the get-go. But as you can imagine, with 15 years of life, typically this becomes more and more urgent when you get close to the end. So the first recommendation is start early enough. Don't wait till the end, because these are also long cycles, and especially when there is a heavy financing in the beginning, typically people involved are not thinking about the financial sustainability because there's enough, and they see it as a future problem. But the future comes rather quick, so it's better to start early. I do think that initiatives like this should become sustainable at one point in time, but they should also keep some basic financing from the public, because several of the services are for the benefit of Europeans, and I do believe it's important that we keep that layer. Some ideas on top of start early, diversify. I think TEFs, but also EDIH could live on services. But I don't think, to be honest, that selling services would allow them to keep the scale they are now. So we tried as well with the IT Digital. We still have services. They cover part of it, but it's not enough. So we diversified a lot. We, for example, take equity in startups that get our services. Instead of paying, they give a small chunk, and if the company then is supported by us, we help them growing, and at some point we make an exit and we reinvest. This year we made our first 2 exits, for example, and now we have some financial means that we can reinvest. And that generates also a good circle, because then also it brings the energy. Also mentally is a good sign, because you feel more empowered to take risks. So I think that's, for example, something where it's not easy to develop, because when the public sector starts dealing with equity taking is not straightforward, but I do think it's a step that we need to do as Europeans. And then the last one, we need to find ways to have the private sector more involved, because as Sebastiano was saying, the US giants are supported by the public, but then on the other hand, they are also investing a lot. And we don't see the same in Europe. The private sector is a bit less, taking less risks, and also is more looking at their own rather than at the ecosystem as a whole. So I think it will be important to engage more the private sector, and especially those big players that can afford to invest, the ASML or the Bosch of this type of companies.
You go, Sebastiano, sure.
Can I give you a quick idea on this, how to make it sustainable? One key service is compliance. It's very simple. Commission, rightly so, is after cutting red tape for SMEs and startups. Very good initiative. We do have an issue with the AI Act sandboxes. Not all countries have one, will not have one. Many of them did not even appoint the enforcement authorities. We know the mess. Offering compliance services, especially some boxes to SMEs and startups, is something which is absolutely needed, and it is an area where, and it is also one of those things which, if you do, you will attract the SMEs which will need your services, and then you can obviously offer many more things, which we know there's a big portfolio of good services that the TEFs can offer. But start with something that they are asking now. They're all obsessed. They don't know how to be compliant with the AI Act. Do this, and then you will have a lot of good clients to serve.
Thank you. Yes, on this side, there is also an activity inside CoordinaTEF to do. And who is not aware, the Commission funded a project called EU-SARE, exactly on a coordinate action on the regulatory sandboxes, that as Sebastiano was saying. And I don't know if there are questions from the audience. Obviously, feel free to raise your hand, and you will get the mic. And so don't be shy if you've got questions. I go to Nuno to ask you. Now we heard about the compliance, the financial sustainability, the services. Which is your experience, Nuno, in terms of how do you see the future of your different initiatives, the collabs, the EDH? How do you think you can make them more impactful and also more financial sustainable somehow?
We are exactly at the point of restructuring our scientific and technological system. So it's going now a process, a participatory process, to redefine the role of each entity in the ecosystem. And of course, collabs are part of that ecosystem. And the indication that we have now is that funding will stop coming from specific projects and will be funded by the national budget. So this is an indication that we have. The process is not completed, but for collabs, for innovation and technology centers, it will be the same. But that part is being taken care of right now. About the EDIHs, we had a rough start, and we are now extending to June next year. I don't know if we will extend it further, but meantime, we will have the call for EDIH 2.0. Portugal was not part of the first group of 25 countries and regions, will be part of the second call. We are already restructuring the consortia to address this focus on AI and of course on the test before investing services. Also, not forgetting the access to financing, because it has been forgotten by some. It's hugely important to pursue the implementation phase after the pilots. So the way that we are going to fund EDIHs going forth, it's not clear yet, but we are trying to influence and negotiate a solution similar to what is happening with collabs and CITs.
Thank you, Nuno. So the message is, as Federico also said, there are different ways to become financially sustainable for sure, providing services also to the public, the capacity building. A portion of the money in the future is reasonable to get from the public funding, so from the governmental organization, but the provision of services at the collabs or at the EDH is something that you are trying really to understand how to make it business driven. Am I right somehow?
I didn't mention something that is important. Collabs and CITs are converging to a financially sustainable model of 1/3 base funding, 1/3 competitive, like Horizon and other competitive funding sources, and at least 1/3 own funding. So they are providing services, and it is expected that it will not grow within collabs, but will give birth to new ventures. And we already launched, our collab already launched 3 new ventures to pursue the business opportunities that we incubate inside the collab.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, you told me that your collab model is coming from Fraunhofer, and this mentality of 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3, if I'm not mistaken,
yes,
is also
the government
the mindset of Fraunhofer.
Back then was inspired in the Fraunhofer Institute model of 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3, and we adapted to our reality. So we created a lot of collabs, considering the size of Portugal. But we are working internationally, so the aim is not only to serve the Portuguese market, but the European and then beyond Europe. So that's what we are aiming for. It's a network of highly specialized knowledge transfer entities that work together to deliver complex solutions to complex societal problems.
Thank you, Nuno. Gus, before concluding, one difficult question for you. I mean, you know very well the AI panorama in Europe. What do you think that is somehow missing from the investor point of view? Why we always repeat private do not risk so much, they do not put money in AI, in other different kind of investment. Why do you think there is this? I know that the answer is very complex, but within the context where we are, which are the few points in 1 minute you would like to say, this is something that is missing? So from the TEF part, from the commission part, I suggest you to do this.
Indeed, very difficult question. I think it's because we are not a union in many, many respects. This summer I made a road trip through the Balkan countries, and this was the first time I was there physically. And what I realized is that many of these countries are very, very small. And they're trying to develop from their perspective. They see their home market, you know, traditionally as an entrepreneur, you start with the home market. But if your home market is smaller than the average city size in China, that's really very small. And for these people to understand that we do have a European market and that they can address that European market, that is very important. That is the mindset we need to create, and we need to give them the tools to do that, to overcome all the barriers, to understand the different cultures. We need to do that somehow. And I would say that is maybe the biggest problem we have in Europe. In terms of size, the market is bigger than the US. We have a larger population. We have probably a larger set of research institutions, universities, and so on. In that sense, we are much better. The experts say that we're much further ahead with AI than what we really believe. And I think belief is maybe the most important thing, the mindset that we need to change. And think in terms of those 500 million people that we have in Europe. The challenge that we have is really very, very big. Sebastiano was talking about the ambition level. We need to have an ambition level that is much, much bigger than what we have today. The challenge is huge. I'll give you maybe 2 data points, if I may. Yeah. We did research into the market capitalization, the value of the top 10 quoted companies in the US and in Europe. In the US, it's 23 trillion. In Europe, it's 2.3 trillion. In the US, 8 of the 10 companies that are in the top 10 quoted companies were created after 1973. None of the companies in the European top 10 were created after 1973. But there are a couple of companies that sell luxury goods to Chinese consumers. That's the comparison of the challenge that we have. We really need to change our mindset, and we need to help everybody in Europe who's in a small country, in a small type of mindset environment. We need to change that somehow, and that is true for the ventures, for the population in general, for the investors, for everybody. But that shows you what type of challenge we really have to overcome.
Thank you, Gus. Before Sebastiano, do you want to say something?
If you have another minute, just another idea for sustainability. Maybe this is crazy, but if you think about the concept of digital public infrastructure, it means the recognition that the market has failed in certain areas, and there needs to be a little bit of public intervention to build basic infrastructure, digital infrastructure, which is needed to develop more applications. One idea is in the area of AI, large language models. Why not letting the TEFs install open source AI language models on their premises, on their computers, test the different models, and then sell as a service the opportunity for companies to train these models on their data. Okay, so you offer it as a service based on open source models. Of course, this goes a little bit beyond the mandate of the TEFs. But if you look for sustainability, you need to be open-minded. And I'm pretty sure if you talk about this with the Commission, they will not tell you no, right? Because everyone wants you to go beyond the original mandate and offer something which translates into concrete service. And I'm pretty sure the market will buy this service. No one, I don't think anyone else is really on the market with this type of thing at the moment.
Done this type of things. Thank you very much, Sebastiano. I give back to Raffaele with the keywords I noted on my notebook is trustworthiness, is more network to bridge the knowledge gap, a lot of work on the compliance regulatory framework, a lot of ideas on the proper use of data, also the possibility to use LLMs, and for sure there are a lot of opportunity for the TEFs to multiply their, let me say, collaborations with the private sector. I would like a strong applause for from the audience to the speakers. Thanks a lot to Gus, Federico, Sebastiano, and Nuno. I give that with Raffaele with 5 minutes delay, sorry.
All right, we started 5 minutes late, so no problem. Okay, quite some thoughts, quite some challenge for the current panel to step up the same level as this one was. So thank you all the speakers. Now we are building up a notch of complexity in our panel because not only will have speakers here, but we'll also have speakers connected. So let's see how that is going to go. Right, so, no, a second. This is the one. Yeah, okay, it was there already. So let's start with the first test, which is, I'm introducing here Federica Zanca, who is our first speaker from EIC Program Manager. She's the EIC Program Manager for Medical Imaging and AI in Healthcare from ASMEA. So can you hear us, Federica?
Yes, very well. Good morning, everyone.
Excellent.
Thank you for the invitation.
Good, thank you. So one is already connected. Good. The second speaker is Johanna Ralle, which I will invite here on the floor, from a French National Coordinator of AI Projects, and he works for the French Ministry of Economy. Please, an applause for him. Thank you. Then we have Pierre Gaillard, which is the Deep Green Coordinator from CEA. Please, Pierre, on the floor. Thank you. And then we'll have Matteo Risi, that is the Director of Osservatorio Smart City, Politecnico Milano. And yes, he's a representative for, so please, thank you. So the rationale for this panel, a little bit like we had the previous one, was to just carry on with the discussion and build a little bit more views and opinions related to the public interest in supporting the TEF initiatives. So what we've been doing at bringing together these speakers, it was to try and represent a little bit the member state public funding and also trying to cut across the 4 sectorial areas. So we've got smart cities represented, we've got agri-food, we've got industry, we've got health. And hopefully we will hear a little bit more from the speakers how that comes all together and how we can, as a TEF, let's say, workers or projects, make the most out of also the public needs. So we are really looking at how to invest the public money into whatever needs to be done at European level that TEFs can chip in. So I asked the speakers to just do a round of introduction, a few minutes to introduce themselves and the initiative that they are representing, and then we will have a little bit panel discussion towards the second part of this session. So without any further ado, I will pass the floor to Federica Zanca, and yes, let's hear what our panelists have to say. Thank you. Federica, the floor is yours.
I prepared a couple of slides that were going to be shared by you. I don't know if...
Okay. We are seeing your slides, Federica.
Okay. I don't see them. So.
Okay. We see the first one.
Okay. Now I see. Okay. Now I see it. Okay. Good morning. So I am a program manager at the AEC in healthcare, medical technology, and AI in healthcare. And I just wanted to share a bit what we do at the European Innovation Council and which type of funding opportunities we have. So we focus always on deep technologies, and our mantra is bringing technologies to the market. We have 4 instruments. The first is the one that you see, the Pathfinder instrument. Is for consortia, but also for single SME, and it addresses really, it gives grants for breakthrough research from laboratory to prototype, and therefore it's a very low TRL. Next, please, if you can push, is the AC transition. This is about market readiness. So these are grants for preparing the entrance to market. So from a pilot of the Pathfinder, you will go to a transition. These are smaller grants of 2.5 million. The third one is the accelerator. This is dedicated to single company. We have a mixed funding scheme, grants up to 2.5 million, and we give equity up to 10 million. So the Europe is also, we have one of the largest VC actually in Europe for equity. And finally, we have a new instrument, which is the STEP scale up, which is only equity between 10 and 30 million, which is a major investment given to companies that can become global leaders worldwide. So if you can click, you will see the different range of TRLs across the 4 instruments. Can you please click? And yeah, and then maybe we can move to the next slide. I just wanted to share, as I already mentioned, that we have a fund, which is the venture arm of the European Innovation Council. This fund aims at decreasing the risk of other investors. So we hope to attract more investors and VC by funding ourselves in the debt valley of the company. And we hope to act as a catalyst to, as I said, to crowd in other investors, which are both public and private. The last slide, please. I just wanted to say that indeed the European Innovation Council has introduced the figure of the program manager, of which Francesco was also one of them in the previous round. And we have as a key responsibility to develop a strategic vision for the vertical we represent, healthcare and medical technology. In my case, we do proactive portfolio management, so we take the projects and we try to use the critical mass to reach better our objective. We do stakeholder engagement, and of course, we try to facilitate technology transition. So in all this, I would like to say that I have a portfolio of about 600 projects, of which 300 SME that I sell. So of course, for me, TEF-Health is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Federica. Okay, so the next one is Johan Ralle from the French National Coordinator of AI Project, French Ministry of Economy.
Yes, thank you very much, Raffaele, for the invitation. So I represent the National Coordination for AI. So we are a small team steering the French national strategy on AI, which was launched in 2018, and we are now in phase 3 of this national strategy. And so I'm actually also here to say that we're glad that despite the political and budget context in France, we have been able to launch a new calls for project, so also new funding opportunities in France, but also for European startups. So if there are any startups in the room, we've launched a call for projects called Pioneers for AI. So we're looking for very disruptive projects led by innovative startups, but also research centers that can allow Europe to be on the forefront of having AI native, startups, business models that can transform a whole economical sector. So we now launch this open call for projects, and we will have the opportunity to fund European startups through a partnership with CoordinaTEF Foundation, which was launched during the AI Action Summit that occurred last year in France. So there will be, European funding, and we're looking for European consortium to answer that open call for projects. Maybe overall, just to present in few words the national AI strategy in France. As our president panelist mentioned, we also aiming the full stack of AI. So we have different strategic priorities. We have invested a lot in compute capacity. So you may have heard about Jean-Zé supercomputer. It's quite famous in France, and we extended it through a 40 million euros funding to get brand new GPUs to extend the compute capacity. And we are now aiming to have in 2026, so next year, the new exascale supercomputer in France. So a lot of things going on the compute capacity side. We're also in the workings of putting our application for the gigafactories, the EU gigafactories, as mentioned by Lucia Scioli. So a lot of investment on compute, on talent, on skills as well. We put 350 million to foster the emergence of research excellence centers throughout France, not only in Paris, because it's sometimes, a big problematic in France. Everything is concentrated in Paris, but throughout the whole territory. Maybe I'll stop right there. I don't know. We had 5 minutes, but
that's fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Thank you
Very much.
Well, we'll come back to that, but an interesting insight as well is a lot of it is being done on top by France of what the European Union wants to promote across the whole countries, and the fact that also you seek SMEs and applications throughout Europe is also something that indeed adds more opportunities than just what we have. But we'll come back to that later on. I'll move the floor to Pierre. You had the presentation, right?
Yes, I have some slides. Yeah.
So I'll give you the to go through your slides. Let's see if we have them here. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Okay. So I will talk a bit about edge AI and what we call also embedded AI. And actually, it's a major transformation of the way of doing AI. It's all about moving the AI processing as close as possible to where data is produced, sometimes directly into the sensor, in order to improve the latency, so you can meet real-time application, in order to reinforce privacy in terms of data, but also in terms of model, and it's also a way to reduce cost, because most of the cost is energy consumption made by the data transfer and the data storage, and you can then also reduce the infrastructure needed to run your AI. So it's embedded AI is doing its way more and more in daily life, in our daily life with smartphone, with cars. And this trend is set to accelerate, but it's also the case in the industry for sure, with the rise of robotics, with drones, and with digital twins. But today we are facing some challenges mainly because the most known platforms that have extension for embedded AI, namely TensorFlow, PyTorch, and as well as hardware suppliers, SDK, they have some strong limitation to embed AI. They impose their brakes and their vision of the frugality and of the embedded AI. So that's why we are developing with the support of France and Europe a platform that is a open source platform that is here to simplify edge AI deployment, and that is here to make sure we can in Europe have an independent solution, sovereign solution to tackle the challenges we are facing in terms of energy consumption, in terms also of regulation, because we have our own regulation and we need this software stack to handle it. So what's inside the platform is you can take your model, your favorite model, and then you have a set of optimization techniques that are really designed for edge deployment. That means you can compress your model, and then you can, once it is compressed by state-of-the-art methods that are very well known, very well documented, you can deploy it on multi-target that are commonly used for embedded AI. And we provide extension to be sure we can meet some certification requirements, such as in aeronautics. But to be independent doesn't mean we need to be disconnected of the world. So we have a high degree of interoperability with the rest of the ecosystem. So yes, so it's an open source platform, and my last slide, I promise. It cannot be done by a single research organization or a single company in Europe. So we have to move through ecosystem. That's the only way to do efficient embedded AI, because it's at the border, at the intersection of a lot of different skills. That's why we bring a lot of experts in different fields of hardware, of optimization, but we also bring some end users, and so I hope we will join us in this movement of embedded AI, either to contribute to the development, either to test, either to come with some new use cases. And we also have an advisory board that can provide guidelines to the platform. So it's another way to come and join us.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. This is we're starting to see something that emerges here as well. Thinking about what Sebastiano was mentioning in the earlier session. So everything is spreading out towards the edge, and indeed, as you do so, you get more opportunities for keeping sovereignty within your premises, and also adapting a little bit more the innovation that is being produced in Europe towards the high fabric of SMEs that we have. So this is also another interesting aspect that probably diversifies us well enough between Europe indeed and what can, for example, happens in the States. I'll pass the word to you, Matteo. So you are more involved in the smart city context. So please tell us a little bit more about the Osservatorio and all the activities that you do at national level in Italy.
Thanks, Raffaele. And I feel at home here.
Yeah, of course.
I know this stage, and I work in the management engineering department that is nearby. Where I lead this Smart City Observatory. So I'd like to take a couple of minutes in order to highlight some of the main characteristics of this Osservatorio. This is a research team. It's a research center whose main aim is to highlight the potential opportunities and the potential risks of digital innovation for our territories, for our urban areas. And we do this in order to give knowledge and these insights to businesses, to public administrations, and also to citizens. So we actually do our job by creating new knowledge and also framing existing knowledge, as we are researchers. And we use a lot of different methodologies, for example, surveys. Each and every year we survey some segments of the population. We also survey the Italian municipalities. For example, last year we speak with more than 400 Italian municipalities in order to understand their degree of digitalization, their interests, the main challenges that they are facing. So this is one of our methodology. Then, of course, case studies and also censuses. So we have different methodologies that we do. We can do this, and we are right now one of the main reference point for the smart city sector in Italy. Also thanks to all the companies that are supporting us. There are more than 20 companies, leading companies in Italy that are sponsoring our Osservatorio, and also thanks to all the ecosystem of public administrations that participates in our workshops.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. So there's a lot of let's say need for gathering a little bit what is being done at city levels, and the idea of really creating this knowledge is certainly something that fits quite well enough within let's say the role for public institutions. But we've seen as well that there is some interest from this initiative that is pursued also by private companies that indeed invest in this observatory, because well, you cannot control what you don't monitor, and therefore this is indeed something that is highly topical at the moment. So we know now who these our speakers are, and I think I wanted to structure a little bit now the discussion around three main topics. The first one is going to be trying to look into the opportunities that we have for AI and robotics, moving on to the then challenges that we face, and closing up a little bit with a round of questions that are more into trying to understand the role that we can play as a community, as individual TEFs. So I'll start with you, Federica, then, and if you could please share any insights from your perspective, of course, on the use of AI and robotics in healthcare. Here we're really willing to understand what role can public institutions play in accelerating the adoption of AI, and especially in the sector that you are related to, which is healthcare.
Yes. So thank you. I think, first of all, I would like to just briefly say what are the opportunities that we have today for AI and robotics in healthcare. I think we span from, early and precise diagnosis. AI is enhancing imaging, which covers about 70% of all the application in AI, pathology, genomics. It's very important for workflow optimization. We see a shortage of radiologists, for example, burnouts, so people falling out. It's very useful for personalized and predictive medicine, combining AI with robotics and digital twins, but also for accessibility. For example, telemedicine can bring specialized care closer to underserved or remote population or rural areas. So these are just some of the opportunities that we have today in healthcare. What can we do? What is the role of public institutions? In my case, I talk about the AC. Well, first of all, I think a big barrier that I see is adoption. So we do have a lot of companies which are developing such tool, but there is difficulties in adoption. So what can we do to help this company and scale up? I think this is really a kind of a synergies, and we need to foster collaboration between the SME and also the care providers, the investor, the buyers. So we need to stop working as silos, but involve the different stakeholders very early in the development of this application. And I think this is something we try to do, for example, by organizing with the business accelerator services some matchmaking event where we involve, for example, private buyers or public buyers, to really connect with the SMEs of an application. On the other side, I think it's very important also to educate might not be a nice word, but I would say engage with generalist investors. So the investors are often generalists and they don't get in detail what we do in AI in healthcare. They expect the same cycle as for other disciplines like energy, or while we have a completely different life cycle, you cannot expect return on investment in 7 years. It's much longer. So what we can do and what we try to do is also to work very closely with investors that are investing in our company through events where we bring them close together. This is just to mention some of the things. And perhaps a last thing I would like to add, even if I have many more, is promote interoperability and standards. This is also very important. We need to avoid fragmentation, and we need to encourage a common framework across hospital and regions. And perhaps at very last is economic impact. We need to work about, we need to work on developing reimbursement path, like we have for pharma, for example.
Thank you. Thanks, Federica. Need a lot of resonance with what we heard before. So supporting companies with the scaling up, supporting companies with all the things that are needed to make sure that there's more and more adoption, avoid fragmentation, economical impact. Well, going back to you, Johan, I think related to agri-food in France, so we heard, you said AI is certainly strong within the national strategy. But can you tell us a little bit more about it and the other initiatives, especially because AI is one aspect of the whole puzzle, isn't it, in terms of achieving innovation within one country?
Yeah, absolutely. So just to put the context, the national AI strategy is part of a broader investment plan in France called France 2030, France 2030, which is a 54 billion investment plan over 4 years to invest in the technology of tomorrow, basically, and to prepare France for the challenge of our times, ecological transition being one of them. So as part of this France 2030 plan, we have also different sectoral strategy, and one of which is on agriculture. So there is a huge investment on agriculture in overall, over 2 billion euros through this plan. And of course, within this plan, as AI is a general purpose technology, within this plan we are funding a lot of data space, a lot of work on data. I think someone in the panel before mentioned the critical aspect on data. And this is also key for us and for AI projects. If I talk about the national strategy, the AI national strategy itself, there's a lot of things that we do that helps the agri-food sector in any way. And I'm thinking about all the work we are doing on embedded and edge AI. So it's one of our strategic key pillars. We invested a lot. We had an open call for projects that was roughly around 80 million euros to support embedded and edge AI projects throughout the whole value chain, so from the hardware to the software. and trying to bridge the gap between the two. And we have a really interesting ecosystem, and most of them are part of the consortium of Deep Green and the AGI platform. So, you know, AGI, if you're working on agri-food applications, you're going to need those algorithms that can be crunched really as close as possible to the vectors, you know, to the captors. So that's one part, and the other part is robotics. We have also a dedicated strategy on robotics, and a lot of synergies, of course, with our national strategy on AI. And we have a flourishing robotic ecosystem in France, and I think, you know, some of the new startups are trying to go to that frontier. I'm thinking about CoordinaTEF, which raised roughly, I think, 100 million euros. You know, to get robots, automatic robots, the ability to generalize and basically to train foundational models for robotics that can interact with the physical world with high fidelity simulation as well. So we've seen that those two things combined, you know, AGI, robotics, that will help the agriculture sector, but pretty much all the sectors, and that's the aim of the national strategies, to work on the key pillars that strengthen our autonomic strategy.
That's right.
That's quite key for us.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Well, you mentioned a number of interesting things here. The importance of data spaces. I mean, this is also part of the European strategy now in trying to build this data economy. We have a lot of that happening across the 4 sectors that are represented here, but also beyond, clearly. And when it comes to data, clearly and monitoring and smart cities have been doing this for quite a number of years now, right? Building sensors, deploying them into our cities. So, Matteo, what would you say are the main use cases of artificial intelligence in urban services, and what is the main interest from public institutions in, you know, just promoting those adoptions in our cities?
Okay, so we have identified almost 500 projects in the use of artificial intelligence within the urban areas. Well, the top 3 projects were, first of all, decision support systems and data analysis. So all this data gathered from the sensors, they have been analyzed. But let me say, this is what we once called machine learning. Okay, so it's something that is already mature right now. On the second position, we have computer vision and video analysis. Okay, so cameras, sensors that are able to identify what is happening. For example, they may identify fires, car incidents, fights, and so on. Mm-hmm. Third of all, chatbot. So the public administration that wants to be more fast in responding to their citizens, and so they are deploying chatbots. Robots, drones, and autonomous driving are use cases that are still lagging behind because they have more risks involved. And for these kind of use cases, we have seen fewer active services, but we have seen that there are a lot of POC, a lot of announcements, so it's something that is really growing up these days. And I would like to finish with this example that is a robot developed by the University of Liverpool, and this robot is used in the streets of Liverpool to identify cracks in the asphalt, and so he is able to prevent potholes in the roads with a 70% more efficiency. So that's something really interesting.
Okay, thank you. So, well, it's a little bit of insights into the technology part, and I think we go back to Pierre now, and it's the focus on edge AI, embedding AI towards the edge is really just what seems to be emerging as one of the roads towards sovereignty, towards making sure that we keep control of what AI can do for us. So could you tell us a little bit more where, from your perspective, you see the future of embedding AI towards the edge of our networks?
Yes, so I think there is two main directions today for edge AI. The first one is the system itself, which is becoming more and more complex, actually, like it is in the cloud right now. So future of embedded AI, it won't be like one controller or one microcontroller or one accelerator. No, it will be a mix of solution, of computing solution. And actually, this heterogeneity of in the system, it's a good thing. It's really a very good opportunity for Europe, because we have a lot of very innovative hardware providers that are dedicated to embedded AI. So we need to handle this heterogeneity, and actually it's not the priority of let's say GAFAM. So we need this software stack to handle this heterogeneity, and this is the main goal of our platform, is to be versatile to the different architecture. So that's one point, and the other one is, I think it's so when you deploy to the edge, then you need to for now you need to keep your model, and the idea at the end would be for sure to make evolution of this model during the operation. So it implies a different strategy, but you can try to learn on chip, which is quite complicated right now with the constrained resources. But we are working on it, and we have already some proof of concept of that. And actually, the edge platform we propose is quite modular and very lightweight, so it can be feasible, and we are working on this way. And the other way is, there won't be edge at one side and cloud and the other side. We will move toward a new computing paradigm made of a continuum. So that's why we are really investigating the way of how to do, for example, federated learning and so on. So.
Okay. Thank you. Let me move now quickly to the second part of the discussions. So, on the public side, we see that our public institutions need to protect our rights. Okay, so there is, for example, the need for regulations, the need for protecting our privacy. So, starting from Matteo, here we need to strike a balance between how deep we go into monitoring and how much indeed we just protect the privacy concerns that citizens might have. How do you tackle such a conflict within the projects that you've been surveying?
Yeah, it's a trade-off between efficiency and the protection of individual rights, such as privacy, of course. Some countries have decided to go for efficiency, like China, in which, for example, we know that they have, social scoring methods and also biometric identification through the cameras. In Europe, we decided to first frame our regulation and really be very attentive to the risks and to the protection of the privacy. That's something that has slowed down the process for us with respect to China, with respect to the US, but it's something that we couldn't have done, and of course, it is an attention that we've already had also before AI Act. For example, Garante della Privacy in Italy, but all the privacy guarantor across Europe are very attentive to these subjects, and they've also stopped some smart city projects because they were not compliant.
Yeah. So that brings me also to the health sector. I mean, here we have often this kind of challenge, right, between how much regulation you do and how much you impose a barrier to innovation, the red tape to innovation. So, Federica, how can we strike the right balance between ensuring safety and enabling innovation at the same time, and getting all the right public stakeholders involved in ensuring that this is the right balance?
Yeah, right. So indeed, if you talk about SME and you mention AI Act and MDR, they just very often says that there are too much barrier to innovation, and I do acknowledge that, especially medical AI, there might be, some big hinder, like for example the request. There is not a proportionality of the, I would say, requests to be deployed, for example, for preclinical studies, which are linked to the maturity, meaning companies might need to have a full quality management system in place, a full ISO 13485 compliance, even if they are doing preclinical study, which is of course a big burden for SMEs. So on one side, of course, it is very important that at European level we keep track on safety and performance. On the other side, I think Europe is acknowledging that the way we are moving forward is not, or at least that we have chosen so far, is not really helping innovation as we would like, which means that we are revisiting some new concept, which should be public by the end of the year, meaning we are talking about the definition of a breakthrough designation, like we have in US, which would speed up or at least make the approach a bit lighter. We are discussing about having access to pre-submission advisory experts, like you have in US. For example, in US, when you apply for the FDA or for 510, you can have really a dialogue with experts. Today, in our case, would be a dialogue with a notified body, where often also the expertise is a problem. It's not easy to find a notified body which has expertise in coding or other type of very technical part of an application or a device. So we are working on that. We are also working on structured dialogue, meaning that on top of having guidelines from experts before you start your pathway to regulation, once you have your clinical roadmap to regulation set, you can enter into a structured dialogue with the notified bodies. So these are things we are working on. I personally think we should have something which goes closer to a light CE marking, which is for early testing in experimental setting, which allows clinical iteration. Something that I think we would need very strongly is, again, reimbursement reform. So what can we do there? So indeed, in Germany, you have the DIGA experiment, which built on some reimbursement path, which has been very successful. So one of the things would be perhaps to try to harmonize reimbursement process across Europe, across the different countries, to limit the fragmentation. And why not maybe even consider engaging private players in adopting similar mechanisms before we talk about pension funding, big private equity, why not? I think that would be something that would help mitigate and find the balance between safety, performance, and innovation.
Thank you. So, we looked at these aspects. Now, safety and trustworthy AI is the other aspect, right? That we want to make sure that we preserve as public institutions as well. And this is often seen as a challenge. So, Johan, perhaps you can tell us a little bit more about the French national AI strategy with respect to ensuring safe and trustworthy AI adoption in
yeah, sure. But I think, you know, we are still on the opportunity part rather than a challenge.
Yes.
At least that's how we very much see it. I mean, Europe has always been on the forefront of, you know, deploying robust, trustworthy AI systems into the economy, and this is a key competitive advantage if we want to compete against China, as it was said, or even the US. And there's actually a chance right there, because we've seen that the US is taking another direction. I think China is doing a bit of both, you know. They are putting in place some regulation. So they will be the key competitor if we want to be the leader on that race. And so, you know, so the national strategy is actually supporting the TEFs, not only the AgrifoodTEF, but the 4 sectoral TEF and the Prevail TEF on chips and semiconductors. So we are strong believers that this is the way we can compete with the big ones. And we also launched a new AI Safety Institute called INESIA, which is part of the AI Safety Institute network that you may have heard of. You get the US, UK, Singapore, Japan, and so on and so forth. I think it's 10 countries right now. And the idea is to also tackle the big LLM questions, you know, the Gen AI. We also need to build up a real capability in the EU on evaluation, on benchmarkings, those LLMs. Mm-hmm. And right now we are a bit lagging behind, to be fair. So we believe that we need to double down the investment. We put quite some money into it, and we got our partners, you know, INRIA, LNE, that are working through this Safety Institute to, you know, build up a real capacity in that area. Otherwise, we're going to get some models from China or on the US, and we won't be even able to know how they works, how they perform, and we're going to be at the hands of you know, extra-European actors telling us, yeah, they are really good on those benchmarks that we have created. So this is huge, and I think OpenAI, for not mentioning them, is quite aware of that, and they've just, you know, doubled down on evaluation. They created a dedicated team on applied AI. And when you read about it, it looks like the TEF a bit. Indeed. You know, it's real-world application, evaluating and testing the agents, the LLMs, on these real-world use cases. So we need to keep our edge on this field. Okay.
Well, of course, when it comes to trustworthiness, validation is one way, and the other one is, of course, open source, having open source code. And here the question to Pierre. Part of your project is really developing this open source model. Can you tell us a little bit how that can strengthen European sovereignty when it comes to AI and indeed help SMEs?
Yeah, so for sure, openness in the large sense of open source, open model, open science, open innovation, it's a way to follow for the Europe to strengthen its competitiveness. This is sure. However, I think we need to be careful on the way of doing doing this openness, and to be careful of some definition. So, for example, we are doing open source, and I think this is the right way because more than open model. You need to customize the model to answer your needs, to your use cases, and this can be done only with open source. Okay, sure. So this is the first point. The second point is when you are doing or using open source, just be careful. I mean, because it doesn't mean that you can use for every purpose. We have seen that with the Llama 2 model. It doesn't mean that it's sustainable and you can rely. So for sure, open source is a efficient way for SME to go faster, to be more innovative, and to test, to experiment. And this is fantastic. But you need to be careful of what you are using, especially if it's strategic for you, because if the need is to be more independent, so maybe have a look on who is providing the service, the open source, what's the goal of the open source project, and if it's strategic, it means you will need maybe to contribute to the project. Absolutely. It means that you will maybe need to, at one time, influence the project. And so there is a real question on that. Will you be able to do that? So that's why we are hosted by the Eclipse Foundation, which is a foundation that is promoting open source project, and that have a clear governance for this kind of project, especially when they are collaborative, when you have, for example, intellectual property issue and so on, license issue and governance of the project. So this is very important to have this in mind. And so I would suggest to go to this kind of project, and maybe that Europe foster innovation around this kind of project, and to focus on some technology and some ecosystem around this kind of project.
Indeed, thank you. Well, we have indeed some interesting things that are coming out. So I would like to close up, and I'm going to ask the speakers to be a little bit faster this time, because we are standing here between us and lunch. So this is just a round of quick questions, trying to understand the role that TEFs can play within the sectors represented here. Matteo, main challenges faced by Italian municipalities in the implementation of Smart City project, and how can TEF validation chips in?
Okay, so right now, just 4% of Italian municipalities have already done a project that involves AI, just 4%. More than 1/3, they want to do it in the next couple of years. So we have an interest coming by, but there are of course some challenges and limitations in which also TEF can help these administrations. First of all is related to the concerns about compliance, about privacy. So they don't want to do something because they have a fear that they are going to make something wrong from this point of view, so compliance point of view. And the second of all, they don't know how to manage strategically the innovation. They lack the competencies. So TEF, in my opinion, and all the ecosystem and also the businesses can help them go in the right direction and showing good solutions.
Thank you, thank you. Federica, we heard earlier on a presentation from Petra about just doing some work already from TEF-Health and looking at technical accuracy or solutions, as well as just a validation of solutions out there. So how can we ensure that field validation and the testing of AI goes beyond that to demonstrate clinical, economical, and workflow impact in your specific case?
So first of all, I want to thank Petra for her presentation, and we are trying to work together indeed to leverage the TEF-Health for the SMEs that I have in my portfolio. I really think that TEF-Health can play really a crucial role, and I'm looking forward to work better with her and more with her, especially not only by helping access to data, but really also accelerating regulatory path. I think they can play a very important role in such a safe environment that could be. Going behind that, I think I mentioned it before, for me, economic impact is very important. So we did a study to see how many of the publications which are around mention economic impact or did implement an economic model. And, despite the hundreds and hundreds of publication of AI application in healthcare, only about 30 published something about economic impact. This was not even structured to like a more of the economic model or other known model. Most of them from US and China, only one from Europe. So I think we need to work again. We really need to take this into account. So I really hope that with TEF-Health, we can include also this aspect in the validation, because I think it's very important.
Thank you. Thanks. And well, again, back to the perspective from, let's say, the Deep Green project, Pierre. You are running demonstrators and use cases within your project. How could you say some of those could inspire what the TEFs will do?
Yeah, so actually we are building inside the project a lot of demonstrators in various sectors that are related to TEF, such as health, smart city, and manufacturing, and so on. So everything is about vision processing or sound processing and so on. So actually we should have some demonstration of how it could work. And so, just to be short, because I won't have time to enter into the details of each demonstrators we are building. But what can I say is we have also a partnership with the TEF-AI Matters, and we provide a service to help the SME to find. Let's say a pathfinding to embedded AI and to show them how they can use the Eclipse Edge to test and to experiment Edge AI. So I think it's a good starting point, and we would be very happy maybe to help the other TEF to provide this kind of service to make the future of the embedded AI feasible in all the sectors.
I think you have something demonstrated here, right? The exhibition booth for later.
Yeah, we have a vision detection.
Okay, thank you. And Johan, last question for you: how can TEF help France strengthen the competitiveness of AI ecosystem, particularly SMEs and startups that have got so many in Europe? So.
Yes, I'll be very short. I think the TEFs are great tools. And as it was said in the former panel, it is still not very much known amongst our startups in France, at least. Every time I'm in a panel like this and I'm mentioning the TEFs, I get like some eyebrows and question about what is it. So we need somehow to do much more communication. And I think Europe is quite good as funding great projects, great infrastructure, but not so good at communicating about it. And the US or the UK are very much better on this front. So if I had one key message, that would be like communicate more. I wasn't aware about the coordinated TEF initiative. I think it's a good one, and you should have a strong component on communicating to your clients, the startups, the SMEs, and you want to attract the champions. I think that will make a key difference. And it's yet to be seen in the TEF. You get some great startups, but you need to attract the champions. And we have some in Europe, so let's get them.
Okay, thank you.
And perhaps one last word. We talked about openness, open models, and there was a question about, DeepSeek. Should we go for it or not? Well, you should go in any case for Mistral AI, because they have open weights models, and that should be the key answer to the SMEs. Mistral AI, there's open source models, is better than DeepSeek.
Yes, okay, well, with that, I'll wrap up perhaps a little bit what came out of this discussion, considering that we are addressing sovereignty, and indeed, but there is a lot to do with, just reaching out to the potential customers, therefore, everybody that, is helping us produce economic impact with the good stuff that we're doing. On the other hand, we need to turn around to our public institutions and work with them to engage. We mentioned before co-creation, co-design with notified bodies in the example of healthcare, but also just engaging with understanding what the real needs are in the sectors for the strategies and the policies that these sectors want to promote within each of the countries represented in Europe. I think we covered quite a lot of space. Apologies for going a little bit longer than expected, but I would like to thank all my speakers for their contributions, and thank you for your patience until now. So now it's thank you. Time for lunch. Thank you, Federica, and well, we'll see each other in some other occasions in person, hopefully. Lunchtime now until 1:30 or until. Okay. So I know it's hard, but I only have a few hours to go through, and then I will be downhill from there. You're going to see nice exhibition space, and well, we start back now with the other session. So. We heard a little bit until now a lot of mentioning of, starting from Lucy this morning, about the strategy that Europe is implementing when it comes to AI. So I thought it would be interesting to just not only talk about TEFs, but also dig a little bit deeper into all other things that are happening around TEFs, which are part of what the European AI Office is funding in terms of projects, in terms of initiatives that are indeed just bringing us all together to really have a bigger adoption of AI across Europe and a bigger role at world level for what we do. So we heard about AI factories, we heard about gigafactories, we heard about data spaces, we heard about European digital innovation hubs, and the question is, well, what is the map that positions these all? So that's a little bit the purpose of this session that we're going to have now. So I will introduce the moderator of this session. Please welcome Gian Mario Maggio, the Chief Strategy Officer for European Affairs in FBK. Thank you. And I will leave the floor to him to introduce the speakers and how the session is going to unroll. Please, Gian Mario.
So thank you very much, Raffaele, for the introduction. Welcome back. And it is my pleasure to moderate this session about the European AI continent puzzle, so to say, and especially how to see how the different pieces are coming together. And let me start just by reminding the picture that we had also earlier on this morning about the different pieces of such ecosystem. So also bringing into perspective how TEFs fit into the big picture and what are the interconnections and the synergies. So we will hear today some different perspectives. So we have seen TEFs as the instrument for validating the AI solutions. We have ADH that are often entry points at the local level for companies, but also for public administrations that are still in the scope. We have factories, of course, and also coming up gigafactories that will offer compute power, models, and resources for the uptake of AI. And everything must work also based on data, so data spaces are also key, as we will hear also in the session, to provide interoperability and secure data sharing across basically the innovation actors. Last but not least, also as a way to get the glue, to get all these things together, we will hear also this perspective from the AI on-demand platform, which is acting as a sort of marketplace for AI solution to match demand with the offer. So the aim of this session, therefore, is to put together these different pieces of the puzzle, understand how they can work together, what are the synergies, and especially create a continuum for companies, for innovators, to navigate through this ecosystem in a smooth way so that we can succeed in developing, validating, and deploying trustworthy AI solutions. So with this framework in mind, let's now begin. And we will have now two keynote presentations. And our first keynote speaker will be Gaspard Demour. Gaspard is Deputy Head of Unit, AI Innovation and Policy Coordination at the European AI Office of the European Commission. So let's welcome Gaspard on stage.
Thanks a lot, Gian-Mario. Thanks, Raffaele, for the great organization. I'd like to start. Working? So, yes, I wanted to start my speech at the beginning of this afternoon with a thank you message. We've been speaking already a lot about the next steps, about what we need to do better, but I would just like to start with thanking all the colleagues from the TEFs for the work that has been done until now. I know what it takes to create a consortium. I know what it takes to stabilize the consortium, to get the funding, so thank you for all the work invested so far. My second message is, also underlining what my director said this morning. TEF are for us an essential part of the ecosystem. I mean, not yet used to the full potential, but we truly think that TEFs are essential for bringing AI to the market and really to win the race for AI. Now, the question is how concretely we are doing that. I would like, to express what the companies are telling to us. I think when we try to understand how to do that, we need to listen to the users. And in developing the Apply AI strategy, we've been listening to a lot of companies, associations, and they say basically three things. First, it's great to get funding, but what we need is clients. We need clients to sell our products and to be sustainable. So there is the business dimension, which is coming first. The second dimension is to adopt AI, we need to be able to play with it. We need to test it, and we need to make sure that it's safe for a company, it's good for our business organization. So there is this testing dimension with the right data. And the third thing that companies say to us is we need legal certainty. I mean, we need to understand the regulatory environment in which we are playing. And so I will kind of follow these three dimensions today. I mean, how to increase the business dimension, how to, provide this testing and access to data, and three, how to, use the TEF also for the regulatory compliance and certification. So let's start with, getting clients. You're doing already a lot, reaching out to your constituency, going to conferences. I think the next step is really to connect the TEF network with other well-established and larger networks, such as the European Digital Innovation Hubs the European Enterprise Network, the EIC, and also the Chambers of Commerce. They already have a great reach to all the companies at local level. And the question is how to make sure that when they have a client willing to do a real testing, they can refer their clients to TEFs. I mean, we've started really the journey, thanks to you, but also to CoordinaTEF, the support action. Really developing trainings that we are putting online on the website of the European Digital Innovation Hubs, explaining what TEFs are, what they are doing, what are the services, the contact points. So starting with knowing each other. Now, when we speak to EDIs or EEN and we say, is it possible for you to take a client and to give it to a TEF for the next testing level? Well, they say it's difficult for me because from a contractual point of view, I don't really know what are my responsibilities. I mean, from a KPI point of view, can I report back on a testing that has been done in a TEF and not in an EDI? So these are the type of questions that we really need to tackle together. In the past, we've been doing that already with the European Enterprise Network. We have developed joint guidelines with contractual clauses to sign between partners to really understand in details how you refer a client. And we will need to do the same between TEFs and EDIs, between TEFs and AI factories. And it will be extremely important to involve the support action, so CoordinaTEF, DTA, and tomorrow probably the support action for AI factories in that exercise. So really going down to concrete referral of clients. That's super important. So for me, this is the business dimension. Of course, you will continue to work on, let's say, the branding of TEFs, but I'm quite sure that you will never get the reach of, let's say, a regional network of chambers of commerce or the European Enterprise Network, which is present everywhere through Europe. So we need to team up and make sure that we refer clients between large business development network and TEFs. So that's my first point, and we are there as the European AI Office to help you develop these guidelines, go into the details of the contractual, legal, and financial dimension of it. The second point is we need to be able to play with AI. We need to test AI with data sets. And for that, TEFs are absolutely essential. But we have new players on the ground. We will have the gigafactories. We will have, we have the AI factories, and these tools also have accompanying services. They will provide assistance for understanding how to access a supercomputer. They will provide trainings. They will provide also access to finance. So it means we need to work very closely now with the AI factories and the gigafactories to avoid duplication. We need to make sure that once, a model is tested in an AI factories, the day after, it goes to a TEF for the testing certification, because this will provide clients to the TEFs. So we need to establish this connection from the start. We are working internally with the colleagues in Unit C1 that are in charge of gigafactories and AI factories to establish that from the start. But again, this is about the referral of clients. You will need to establish the link with the support action for the AI factories and understand how you can test for them a model that has been developed or fine-tuned on an AI factories. We will help you also in that journey. Another point for AI factories and gigafactories is data. You know that in the AI Continent Action Plan, we've created what we call data labs. They will bring together the data from the data spaces, from the AI factories into spaces where you can really use a large pool of data for the fine-tuning and development of AI models. As TEFs, you should be able to access this data or to let company knows that these data labs exist. So this will be in the other way around. When you do have a company coming to TEF to test a model, you should say, look, you have also access to a very large pool of data where you can increase your model. And that's the last kind of sub-point for this testing. With the Apply AI strategy, we try to create what we call moonshots. And that's also where I think TEFs will have a very important role to play. You're not just about testing models. You're there also to tell to the companies you can dream bigger. You can really create a model for making sure that we tackle major challenges in the field of health, in the field of smart cities or robotics. So it's also for you to identify potential champions and bring them to the gigafactories, to the AI factories, so that they benefit from large infrastructure for scaling up. So this is the testing and data dimension. My third point is about legal certainty. That's the third point where companies are insisting all the time. And there again, TEFs will need to cooperate with other actors. You know that we are developing sandboxes, regulatory sandboxes, in the context of the implementation of the AI Act. Well, the regulatory sandboxes will need the physical and digital environment that you have in the TEFs to be able to really test the AI models for real. So there is a very strong connection to establish between the regulatory sandboxes and the TEFs. From the start, we will help you with this. You know also that when we will adopt the Apply AI strategy in the coming days, we will the same day launch what we call the AI Service Desk. This will be a help desk for all companies and public administration in Europe to ask questions about compliance with the AI Act. So I'm a small company in the health sector, developing imaging AI models. Where am I in terms of compliance with the AI Act? Okay? So we will have lawyers answering the question, and if the questions are too difficult, they will be escalated to the AI office for further interpretation. These are not, equivalent to rulings by the Court of Justice, of course, but this will provide a clear picture for the entire chain of innovators. There again, it's essential that TEFs feed back the question that they get from the companies in terms of compliance to the AI Service Desk. Okay? So that's really where I think we can work very closely together. I will not be longer because I really think it is about discussing now concretely, step by step, how we establish the cooperation. Now, my experience over the last years in trying to bring together the different actors of the ecosystem is that it's not a theoretical question. At the end of the day, most of us are in a way or another in different tools, AI factories, gigafactories, EDIs, and so it is about, at the end of the day, at local level, 15 to 20 persons that are involved in the core coordination efforts. And I think it is essential that we pool our resources together at local level, at national level, identifying the contact points and really speaking out, expressing the difficulties, the challenges, and finding legal and budgetary solution for the cooperation to happen on the ground. I stop there, and I'll be very, very happy to go into the details during the discussion.
So let's thank our speaker. Gaspar, please remain on stage. And so we've heard Gaspar already painting and the overarching vision regarding the European AI continent ecosystem and action plan, and also starting to connect some of the dots that will be addressed during the panel discussion. And I think also the message that I got is that AI Office is doing much more than just regulation. It's actually proactively supporting innovators in Europe to develop trustworthy solutions for AI and deploying them. So this is very good to hear. Thank you for this contribution. Now we will move to hear the perspective from the EIC, European Innovation Council. So I'm glad to invite, this time connected from Brussels, Edi Karai, EIC Program Manager for Artificial Intelligence from ASMEA, who will be sharing also the perspective from startups and companies that are being supported by the EIC. Let's see if Hedi, you can hear us and you are connected. Also, I suppose you can show your slides. Let's see.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes. Thanks for joining.
You see the slides?
Slides are on. So thanks for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello everyone, and let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting me, and sorry to not be with you in Milano today. So I think that what Gaspar already talked about is very interesting, and I shaped my talk also in that direction. In order to, let's say, ask the right questions. But I will start my presentation by a brief introduction on the European Innovation Council and what we are doing to support startups and innovation. So the AIC, let's say, is the European Commission's flagship for breakthrough innovation. We call also it as the Europe's DARPA. So what we are doing in the AIC is to bake startups in order to build unicorns and upgraded innovation community, unifying top researchers, founders, investors to scale global champions made in Europe. So building an ecosystem of innovation and being in the bigger ecosystem of excellence that Europe is building. As you can see, we have wonderful KPIs published in our impact report 25, but for sure that we are convinced that is not enough to push forward the European innovation ecosystem to build worldwide technology champions, especially in AI. So the AIC has engaged several initiatives at all stages of technology maturity, including an early stage challenge and high TRL challenges on the use of, for example, generative AI across key application domains, with strategic investment and engagement that is concretized by a shaped path of innovation, let's say, supporting the programs that we have. So some colleagues call the AIC the lab to market pipeline, a vivid way to describe its end-to-end mission. So as program managers with my colleague, we play a central role in shaping this pathway across programs aligned with the TRL levels. We have this kind of snake, let's say, to ensure the pathway from the lab to the market. So we have the Pathfinder, which is supporting very low TRLs and focusing on a small collaborative consortia. The transition program targets small consortia or single applicants, such as startups, spin-outs, and spin-offs, for example, building ventures from EU-funded results at mid-TRL. Something new this year in our upcoming work program 26, it's a pilot called Advanced Innovation Challenge. It's planned on that medium level, let's say that. So stay tuned, it will be published soon, and I hope that we are bringing challenges that interest the community. At a higher level of TRL, we have the accelerator program providing scale-up and finance starting from TRL 6. And then we have the STEP platform or program that mobilize up to 30 million in co-investment. So all of this is, let's say, complemented also by extensive support services for our awardees, including business acceleration, trade fairs, procurement, and so on. So with more concrete overview on the portfolio that we have in the AIC regarding the startups. At the accelerator level, we have a diversified portfolio covering a large spectrum of core technologies, as well as their applications. And for sure, AI is presenting a good support for all those technologies. So AI is almost present everywhere, not because of the hype, but because it has a real added value. So to dive more on our AI portfolio, we can see an extended overview here on in terms of applications, the countries also, and then also the sectors we are covering with more than 700 million euros engaged in investment in the different levels of TRLs. So to be concrete, how EIC is situated regarding the European ecosystem of excellence. So I got this slide from colleagues from the AI office, and in which let's say the loop of the innovation from the lab to the market is presented with different components, and we don't see the AIC as a component because AIC is like supporting everywhere in this loop. So with our programs, so as you can see in the low TRL, we had the Pathfinder, and then at the transition level, and then for Digital Europe and to the market with the AIC Accelerator and STEP. So let's say, I think from this position that AIC has, it has a role to make this nice ecosystem and well-established ecosystem operational and impactful, as already mentioned by Gaspar previously. So, but how to make this, and this is, I think, the question that we would like to discuss in this panel today. So I tried to make the exercise from my side and from my perspective as program manager in EIC. So to understand, so I did this exercise to understand very well this ecosystem and try to think how we can align the components of the ecosystem in terms of targets, strategies, vision, and objectives, and then implement real things that make it working. First area of understanding, from my perspective, is to understand the disconnections that are already there in the ecosystem somehow. So the question is, firstly, is there bridges? So are the components aligned? If there is some misalignment between the TRL levels and the startups and SME needs at different growth stages. So this understanding, from my perspective, is very important because why do startups, for example, at TRL 6-7, prioritize client acquisition over testing facilities? For example, if we stand from the TEF perspective, what does this reveal about our approach? And this also led to the question for TEFs. So what is targeted? Is the right target or the wrong one in terms of stage? For startups, for example, who need customers, then testing at a certain level. But what Gaspar also mentioned about certification, this is a key in order to get clients. So from EDIs, for example, how can better attract deep tech startups? Those startups and SMEs, I don't know if they are well aware about what you are providing and this ecosystem providing, and especially seeing the value that these components, and especially, let's say, the TEFs and EDIs that can bring for them. So the other topic also which concerns me is how to bridge the disconnect. So how do startups' expectations in terms of pilots, clients, investors differ or align to the EDIT and TEF's current offer? So also what would make the ecosystem more attractive to a tier 6-7 startups seeking a market validation? So all those questions are part of my, let's say, brainstorming in order to well understand the current state, and also maybe to drive us to find the right pathway to make impact from this innovation and excellence ecosystem. So now what I'm expecting as program manager for my AI portfolio in EIC. So from, let's say again, from, I think, because there are main components of this ecosystem of excellence, EDIs and TEFs. So what I'm looking really from EDIs is to connect my startups to regional customers who like express their specific needs. Because as Gaspard also previously said, this is the main important concern of startups. As an EIC, we success to bring funding and investment to our startups, but also we are supporting them to get clients and to attract a private investment. Startups have to show that they have clients. So how EDIs, for example, can help to match the local market demands, imply them to the regional ecosystem to generate revenue for startups. This is what I'm expecting, for example. From TEF's perspective, also, I'm looking to, let's say, to provide testing facilities for early stage EIC startups. So tier 4 to 6 is very important, this transition. It's important to get access to what you are offering. That's allowed to make their technical validation, scale their technology readiness, and enable pre-commercial testing and validation. And this also allows them to be able to scale for the next stage of EIC support, means that they can move from transition to the accelerator program, for example. So this is, from my perspective, is very important. Also, I do believe that we can build a win-win collaboration from these expectations and make impact and make sense for the EU investment and this excellence ecosystem. By then, this is the objective of the whole ecosystem. So I think that EIC startups could be the bridge from TEFs to market deployment through EDIs, and also create a feedback loop from market needs to testing priorities. And I think it can make a clear pathway coordinated between TEF and EDIs. This also will allow a faster market entry to our startups, and as impact we will success to, let's say, the regional deployment of EU-funded innovation. So to wrap up and to not be so long, I would like to summarize this brainstorming on main 3 points. So raise the visibility and SME visibility with targeted outreach and entry points to the local networks. Align the services with the real demand, let's say client acquisition, pilots, procurement pathways, and addressing the deep tech needs. So access to test bed, the data, the compute, and regularity guidance and scale-up capital. So we are taking care of this last part of the scale-up capital, but the whole component that already mentioned before of this ecosystem is very important for our startups, and happy also to hear about this help desk for the AI office, because we receive a lot of questions, and the ecosystem needs such kind of help. And then also the alignment of EDIs, TEFs, and our portfolio and other networks of SMEs and the startups to make the bridges in different way through the startup-led pipelines, and then ensure the sustainability with, let's say, diversified funding, service revenue, long-term partnership, and shared KPIs in terms of deployment, contracts, revenue, and have this global overview of the impact of the European ecosystem of excellence in that area of AI. Yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you, and happy to.
Thank you very much, Hedy. Let's give it a hand to our speaker, connected from EIC. I think it was very interesting to see how the EIC fits into the overall ecosystem, and I think you already pointed out some of the potential gaps between the different instruments, and also what are the basically some food for thoughts on how to boost the synergies. So with this now we move into the panel discussion. So I would like to invite on stage first Petra Dalunde, who is a co-director for the Swedish AI Factory and affiliated with the RISE Institute of Sweden. Thank you. And Jürgen van Geite, from the Scientific Director for the Agricultural Engineering from ILVO. Please welcome Jürgen. Lutz Volker, Managing Partner for Aspect Partners and also representing the Deploy AI project here. Thanks for joining. And the last but definitely not least, Filip Piotrkiewicz, who is the Secretary General for ADRA, the association that is devoted to artificial intelligence, data, and robotics. So please join me on stage. So now to kick off this discussion, maybe I would like to follow up on what Gaspar was presenting. Maybe you mentioned about the Apply AI strategy, which is about to be launched. Maybe could you elaborate a little bit further on how this is going to impact the European ecosystem, reinforce the links between the different instruments, and maybe make it also more impactful, especially in some of the strategic areas, if you would like to build on that. Let's see. Okay.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So indeed, the Apply AI strategy is in the last days of finalization. We'll adopt that beginning of October. I mean, two elements will impact, of course, the ecosystem and especially the TEFs. I mean, the first one is the concept of bi-European autonomic strategy for the sectors. I think this is really a very important new element, which was already kind of in the making in the AI Continent Action Plan. But clearly, for the different sectors, we want to promote AI innovators and find clients for their solutions so that they can grow. And I think in this, the public sector, local public administration, will have a very important role to play. I mean, if we manage to increase through public procurement the buying of AI solution, this will create a huge volume of clients. Where is it impacting TEF? Well, I mean, if we can show that a solution has been tested by a TEF, that it's safe, that it comes from an AI factory. And this was discussed a bit this morning already, this idea of a labeling of an AI solution, which is going through the ecosystem and tested by a TEF, then Of course, it's easier for a local public administration or even a company to buy European because you know where it's coming from and you know it's safe. So I think this is a very important dimension to it. Now, the second element is related to the sectorial dimension. So Apply AI is really about, creating flagship action for fine-tuning the models for the specific sectors. And there, again, I think that the role of the TEF will be to, see the companies that can really make a difference when they are testing their solution and to bring them to the next level in the ecosystem. There is a company coming to you saying, look, I'm developing really the next generation product for energy efficiency, and you see the potential for that because you're testing their product. Then bring them to the gigafactories and let them grow and let them benefit from EIC and all the publicity we can give from the European Digital Innovation Hubs. So we want to scale up champions in the sectors, and I think this will be done through bringing the different actors of the chain together.
Excellent, and thank you for this contribution. And also, I believe that maybe we are not leading in all the areas of AI, as mentioned this morning. However, I see a big potential when it comes to sectorial, to the application, to the verticalization of AI solutions. I think this is an area where in Europe we can play a leading role. So I think it's well aligned with also building on the strengths of European ecosystem. So we have heard about the European ecosystem. Now I would like to zoom in a little bit, an example of national ecosystems. So how these different instruments are playing in an orchestrated manner at a national level. And with this, I would like to invite Petra to explain how this is working out in Sweden.
Thank you, Gian Mario. I will exemplify this. So this is a prototype of how we will strive to work in Sweden, and I made it when I was at the workshop in Brussels in early May in the Use Air project, which is the regulatory sandbox on EU level sport. And I heard them say all the different services that the regulatory sandbox should offer. And it was the same as we are planning in the AI factories and a lot the same of what we are doing in the TEF. So for me it was important, at least for myself, to understand what are the different roles. An ecosystem consists of different entities or organisms or organizations that provide different services that they are really specialized in. Not everyone are doing everything, because if we should do everything, all of us, we would compete of competence and clients, and that is not the way we want to go. So this is the reason that I made this one. So in Sweden we have EDs. There we test before invest, sanity check, are we even legal, can we do this, do we have the data? We have TEFs, the test in real environments, and the AI factories who are supposed to provide infrastructure that enables compliance by design, not only compute. All member states will have a regulatory sandbox according to the AI Act. And EMU there is the Swedish Data Security Authority, and we still don't know if they are going to be the authority. And we will probably have a national technical test infrastructure. This is not stated yet, but a description at least, so we know what we are talking about here. So our idea is to, when relevant, develop services and trainings and offer them in these different contexts for a client when it's relevant. Perhaps we need to differ them or adapt them a bit, but that would be so beautiful that we don't reinvent so many wheels. So this in Sweden should be considered the national test support for AI innovators. So regularly if you want to test something, this is where you go, depending on where you are in your TRL level or maturity or whatever. Okay, here, when we test, we use the same tools and the same processes, otherwise we will not be aligned and the outcome may differ, and we don't want to end up there. We also understand that exchanging of customers between TEFs and AI factories is important, and when the sanity check is done with an ED, they should be sent to an AI factory. If relevant, maybe to a TEF. We need to establish where and what more closely. So, then we come to the uncertainty. Now we have a case that we don't know how to test. Or there is legal ground to go down to the regulatory sandbox. So then we go down to the regulatory sandbox, and together with the responsible authority, we create an AI policy and test lab, together with the innovator, perhaps with the customer. And here we also use the same processes and tools. And if we need, we develop them, because this is a new situation. And we bring in the responsible authority if they it could be a market surveillance authority or something. From here we get the legal opinion. This is not the court. So we get the legal opinion, we have a regulatory learning, we communicate it with the AI office for EU alignment, and also ensure that the other parts of the national test support gets updated, and also the processes and tools. So now we are aligned again. So this is how we will try to work in Sweden, and also I think an organization to keep this together on a national level will be important. Maybe the TEFs could be responsible for this, I don't know. So this is something that we are investigating in Sweden now.
Thank you so much, Petra, for exemplifying how this can work at a national level. It may be different in other countries. For example, based on my understanding of the Italian ecosystem, things are arranged differently, but never mind. The important is that the overall ecosystem is working well. So I think that's certainly also the case for Sweden. And also we see also the connection with the AI office that Gaspar was mentioning. So this support that the AI office is iteratively also providing for the at a national level, very important. So we now consider all these elements, but this cannot work without proper data, and therefore we need to address data spaces. And here I would like to ask Jürgen to describe what is the role of the data spaces in this context, how they can feed AI factories, TEFs, so where do you see ADH, where do you see the synergies, any bottlenecks from your perspective, please.
Yes, maybe very important first to introduce a bit. I was introduced as Ilvo, but I'm of course here to represent the Common European Agricultural Data Space. And we talk a lot about AI, but AI cannot work without its fuel. And what is the fuel of AI? That's data. So as your car will not drive without data, AI will maybe not fly without the data spaces. And what is very funny, we are the most important data space, because who of you is connected with agriculture? Where are my partners? Some of them. But who of you is eating? All of you are eating. So I think if we talk about agri-food, we are quite an important data space, and quite strategically. Maybe I also want to take 1 or 2 minutes to explain you why we think that data spaces are important. Because a data space makes data sharing possible, and data sharing can have a tremendous impact in our sector. I mean, if you think of all players in the sector, data spaces can make us all smarter. You can create smart farmers, because with the data space, for instance, that is already operational in Belgium, a farmer can make his farm management system work in like 30 seconds, and he doesn't need to indicate a lot of parcels that he owns automatically. No, he's using the European IX data to directly load the farm management system. So farm management system sellers are very eager to work with data spaces. We also help them making smart machineries, because a smart sprayer, for instance, in agriculture can directly know the borders of the field, can know which product is in it, can know which are the rules, because at least in my country, you need a PhD to know all the environmental rules, and what if you have a machine that can understand the rules automatically. The same, we can make smart factories that automatically know which size of potatoes is coming in, for instance, and know when they have to make the long fries for McDonald's or the shorter fries for some restaurants. They can even make smart retailers, where retailers can know directly the data from farms and not work on averages and give information to their customers coming from real farms. And it can also make a smart government, because we are considering to say to the farmers, we will not give you rules, we will just tell you to give us evidence. Show us that your soil is in a good condition at the end of the season, and you don't have to follow our, what we call in Belgium, calendar farming. We will not tell you when to farm or what to do, we will just give you the responsibility back of becoming a good farmer management and show us the results. These are the things that we think that a data space can bring to farmers. And I would be more than glad to show you that you're really doing this, because at the moment we have national initiatives starting these. In many countries you have national data spaces, and it's the challenge and the assignment of the Common European Agricultural Data Space to bring these grassroots initiatives together, bottom up by making these platforms that already exist work together, and top down by integrating the European vision, by putting a European vision first on top of these local layers, and also by offering, for instance, technology through the simple platform, for instance. This is very important to look at. And before I finally answer the question more in detail, I will also tell you that our problem is not the technology. Our problem is the governance, the trust, and the business model, and convince people why it's better to share the data from one to many than just bilateral data sharing, and explain them how a European data space could work. How will we manage it? How will we pay to each other? Because it's very important to have this European vision, to have this Europe first vision, because our customers in Belgium using the Belgian data space, they sell machinery in Finland also, they sell machinery in France, and they want to connect to the data space not just in Belgium, but all over Europe. And then telling us what our role is, because it was a very nice slide, but we should discuss to put also the data spaces there. I think at the moment the data spaces have a unique momentum, because if you look around, there are a lot of European initiatives going on now, with actually a lot of the same member states taking responsibilities, seeing institutes and competences that find each other. And I will try to explain a little bit what I mean by that. I think that the data spaces can play a central role, for instance, by connecting to the TEFs, always in two directions. We can use data that comes from the TEF to make it more broadly available, to make it cross-border available, but we can also give data back to the TEF, because, for instance, we are also a TEF, and if we have a customer who wants to test AI, but he has only his own data sets. We have a smart manufacturer of potato machineries, and he says, okay, I want to use AI to measure the yield of my potatoes, but he comes with his data sets. But how much better would it be if we can say, look, we can test your algorithms on all potato data from all machineries and from all farmers, because they gave consent. We created a business model why they will share their data with you. You will have a better AI model, and maybe they will get some reward back, not necessarily money, maybe the first prototype. Maybe they are paid, but I'm always a little bit reluctant for promising to pay in money for data, because that is very difficult. But so that is towards our businesses, towards our startups, but also towards research. For instance, the Partnership Agriculture of Data has a tremendous amount of use cases, a tremendous amount of research data. We can publish this research data through the data spaces, and also the data space can bring more research data from other initiatives into it. And finally, the ADHIs who are working also towards this test to invest, but also in our ecosystem, there are a lot of end users over there. Also, they can bring their data, give consent, and get the data back. So in many cases, the data space can send data and use data. And on top of that, the final component that in the question, what about the AI factories? Well, I said that we are the fuel, so we're needed, but let's also be very clear, we are not the end result. There is no reason to bring a lot of data together or even federate it together in a data space and just make a pile of data. No, you need to bring knowledge. And the knowledge from the data is created by using the AI. And that is why I see the role of the AI factories, that if they would be able to connect to these data spaces, they can use their calculation capacity to use the data and bring insights and knowledge. And I think this is a tremendous opportunity, because I will also end with the fact that data spaces have this European sovereignty and competitiveness increase deep embedded in them, because I see now too much what we call data colonization. Europe creates tremendous quality of data, very good data, but we are not always taking the benefit of this data. Actually, we call it data colonization. Our data is used by others. They make smart products with it, and you know what the best? We buy them back. So we pay for a product made from our resources. That's why we call it data colonization. So let's not make the same mistake again. So I think I try to answer your question with that.
Yes. Thank you very much, Jürgen. And also building on this data colonization concept, I believe that Europe has an edge with developing this public, I would call public digital infrastructure that are data spaces. And I think it can enable many companies to develop application and therefore business on top of it, compared to other geographies where we know that who is leading normally is also monopolizing the data, and it is more from the private sector typically. So I think this strategic infrastructure is very important for Europe.
Yes, and thank you for giving me the ball back there, because I think the final piece, what you are referring to and where we are working on very hard for the moment, is what has to do with the European Digital Infrastructure Consortium, and there is one being set up for agri-food. And there again you see these same actors, these same leading member states, and it doesn't mean because some of them are leading that we are not inviting a lot of others. For now there are 10 joining the EDIC, but we would like to see all of them, of course, there. But that is actually the piece that brings it all together, because there we have even an institute, a legal entity that will push us forward in getting this infrastructure available to keep the data under European sovereignty. And the first thing there that will be published, for instance, is an enabler like the farm EID, so an ID where we will be able to have the same identification for all farms over Europe, which will be an enormous cross-border acceleration of data. That is indeed very true what you said.
Thank you again. Now, we have seen, Lutz, we have seen the different pieces of the ecosystem. How can we match the innovation, the AI solution demand with the offer? I mean, what can the AI on demand platform contribute to do this matchmaking in a proactive way, and hopefully, made in Europe, that was mentioned this morning, the AI made in Europe solutions. Please.
Well, thank you, Gian Mario, and welcome. Again, I'm a little bit new in this European landscape, so please forgive me if I'm probably not using the right wording. I probably will say it in my words. But coming from the industry, this is one of our really most interesting projects we are in the moment really taking care of. ADP was really set up to create a marketplace for promoting of course, good programs that are coming from the corresponding projects in order to give them a window to the world, but it is also the key objective of the platform to bring a marketplace to the industry where the industry can promote their services, their offerings to the entire market, and also enable participants and end users in the industry to search and find the right, let's say, resources, either technically or consulting-wise or compute-wise, at one central point, at one-stop shopping scenario. So that was basically the idea, how to set it up, and it was very obvious for us that first of all, the foundation of such a marketplace needs to be robust, industry compliant, as well as sovereign. So the initial side was really choosing the right technology stack. We were choosing an open source infrastructure, straightforward. We were deciding for service-driven infrastructure right ahead to be really on state-of-the-art technology and software development. And basically, we're also taking care for a very comprehensive set of APIs, enterprise portal functionality, in order to make sure that this platform is really open. And last but not least, in the moment, we are evaluating major European initiatives like SECA or IPSAI in this context in order to be compliant in that direction. So that's basically a robust foundation just to enable whatever we're doing beyond that. Yeah, so that was really important to have this platform available, and it's industry standard, it's scalable, and it's available. That's very, very important to say. But just having a marketplace in place, and again, it provides typical standard marketplace functionality. It provides payment solutions and all these wonderful things you typically find in a professional e-commerce environment. So but it's basically standard, and you can get it everywhere. But the next step is very important, how to populate the marketplace. And I think it's very important that we really start recalling who is our customer. I mean, what I'm learning every day is that basically everybody's talking about SMEs. So we share a common audience by providing our services as a consortium and as the European partners here. But who are the SMEs? My firm belief is, being in this industry now for more than 30 years, the SMEs, particularly in the digital industry in Europe, are the backbone of this digital infrastructure in Europe. And we are talking about 350,000, 400,000 probably companies, size of 1 million in revenue up to 50 million in revenue, that are doing a fantastic job every day. And let's have a deeper look into these kinds of customers, whether they are doing robotics, let's say more engineering-oriented AI or applications, or whether they're more on the business side, or on the public sector side. But these are typical sizes of, I don't know, 10, 50, 100 people, revenue size 5 to 15, probably 20, that's the average. They typically have 200, 400, 300 customers, are in business since 10, 20 years, doing profitable business, paying taxes, doing wonderful things for the community. And they are stuck in a scenario now where they are still in their old legacy. That means they are, I'm doing it a little bit now in a more simple manner, but they are coming from relational database technology, C++ programming, Java front end. So that's the typical setup of the majority of this industry. And now they are facing a situation bringing their very successful customer applications and extending them with AI components, whether it's in the engineering sector, whether it's in the business sector, whether they want to implement Gen AI or just machine learning, but they're all facing similar challenges. Yeah, they're entering a complete new ground. So the development tools are changing, low-code, no-code development. They need to train models. Oh God, what is this? We never trained anything. We did have a sandbox, yes, but just for testing our systems. And the last step, and the biggest thing is, wow, we need now supercomputer resources. We have never touched this area at all. And just going one step beyond, I mean, who has been in programming, particularly in the commercial side, he's acquainted with DevOps from Microsoft, very comfortable, very nice, graphic-driven, and now you are training a model on an HPC, so you have to go back to script programming. Oops, what is this? Yeah, so just mentioning this to make sure that we were really thinking is, how can we make this platform attractive? And the answer was very simple. Plan, design, build, and operate those kinds of AI applications in principle. And that means that we need to deliver comprehensive, reliable, sovereign, and trusted tools to the industry that is supporting them. So one core component of the AI on-demand platform is a set of services that are provided out of the consortium that should be later monetized as well, as soon as we may go into a commercial operation in a later stage. That means we are providing pre-trained modeled of European language models in a separate European and sovereign LLM hub providing to the industry. Second, we are bringing up a very sophisticated tool set in so-called DevOps tools that are open source, that are also applying to European standard and that are trustworthy, starting from low-code application building, going down to more detailed tools, and ending up maybe in some agentic tools in order to have automated AI applications in place, and these are standardized tools. The next level, very important, and I'm very glad that we have in the consortium some really, really inspiring partners like LuxProvide and Meluxina, where we are working now for 1 year how to integrate and access to HPCs seamlessly in this platform to make that job easier for doing this. And you will hear some announcements coming soon for that kind of integration, but also showing how to other HPCs, how these services could be adapted. And in the last step, we will also provide a pretty sophisticated set of cloud services that of sovereign cloud services, starting from Kubernetes as a service in order to operate, continuing with the principle, couple of services provided by the partner Jonas, that is also part of the consortium, in order to have a Europe-wide coverage of such services and resources for cloud operations. Yeah? And then just one remark in respect to the HPCs. I mean, we also need to think about how to effectively, also in a cost better, we need to provide such services. So for instance, a kind of virtual GPU services where we can operate multiple LLMs on one GPU would be a very big step forward also in order to create an attractive service offering for the SMEs. Yeah, just one example, there's many more. Yeah. So basically these are the services provided. And then there is, besides the marketplace, another component that we are just starting to put together and where we also need to interact with the corresponding projects. And that is what we call the AI content and dashboard. So we are planning to have a separate section on the marketplace where the European corresponding projects can promote their services also towards this platform. Yeah? So that's a little bit the picture, 3 pillars. It's the marketplace, plus the platform itself, it's the what we call branded services, and last but not least, it's what we call the EU content and dashboard. These are the major pillars. One last word in respect, how can we support the other partners and the other programs? When we started the design of the platform, we, from the first day, were looking into the possibility of white labeling. So the platform is completely enabled to be white labeling, to support white labeling, so we could bring this platform to the partners in the ecosystem that they can use it under their own brand, but immediately receiving customer administration, billing service, so the standard marketplace operational services, plus the branded services in terms of sovereign cloud and others. And last but not least, they can even operate it under their own legacy if they want. Yeah? So that's a little bit in the nutshell. Last statement, it will all covered also with a set of services in terms of supporting compliance by design. So there is a separate team, particularly consisting of Akada and Fraunhofer, who is in the moment preparing a certain set of tools in order to also support the compliance aspect of this services. So that's in a nutshell. I'm happy to discuss even more about it.
Very promising, and I think also relates to the concept of the manifesto about Eurostack that was mentioned this morning about creating this stack of Euro-based solutions. And I think it's very interesting proposition also for the other instruments, for the white label doesn't need to reinvent the wheel every time. This can serve different pieces of the puzzle. Thank you. Philip, what is now the ADRA role in this ecosystem? How can you leverage on TEFs? How can you support TEFs? How do you see this interconnection between the different organizations and initiatives?
So thanks very much for the question. So I think I want to start with the problem, or with the problems, multiple problems that the industry is facing and share a few of our experiences in relation to recent consultations that we've been doing, mainly focused on the manufacturing sector, but I think there is going to be quite strong crossover with other sectors. And so what we see particularly within manufacturing, so especially high mix, low volume manufacturing, is this very, very low uptake of these types of technologies. They are very, very labor intensive, human labor intensive. And that labor intensivity translates into errors, especially where there are repetitive tasks. And those errors in the repetitive tasks lead to significant rework costs. There are skills labor shortages that also impact on kind of lead times for production. There's a particular problem with regards to the value chain and value chain lockup. So due to the cost of solutions and the understanding of the availability of those solutions as well, there's an inability to certify AI-driven systems, and there's a big problem in translating what is happening in kind of simulation into the real world. And that's just the very tip of the iceberg, right? That there is, like, when we were doing this consultation, I think we have a list of like 15 to 20 specific problems that the manufacturing industry is dealing with. So they clearly need support. They need support in accessing reliable solutions, trustworthy solutions. They need an understanding of what the return of investment is. They really need strong support. The question of data is really important. Governance challenges, quality, quantity, standards, ownership, privacy, and sovereignty. And just, a lot of people look at data and they refer to it quite often as the new oil. I would suggest that it is the new soil, because it is a fertile medium that needs to be cultivated, enriched, and it can be reused.
I think it matches very well with this
vertical
that Jürgen is addressing. That.
So no, data is absolutely essential, and it is critical for the development of bespoke AI foundational models. So, there I think Europe is set on an absolute kind of treasure trove of kind of potential. So I think TEFs will give us a little bit of a window into what kind of Europe's offering is. There's a key kind of opportunity to matchmake solutions with the problems that industry is facing. These are challenges that often take a long time to kind of unravel. So you need to create a space that establishes consistency, a long-term kind of perspective and vision, and allows for the building of trust between the industry end users and the various kind of solution providers. So ensuring that there is something that is a kind of fixed presence and that you can always go back is really, really important. It also, obviously, I think there are other opportunities here. It allows us to kind of benchmark European solutions against what's happening in the rest of the world. One of the particular problems with robotics at the moment is that it's being flooded by Chinese suppliers. It's not just robotics. I think it's a particular problem across other hardware industries, but it gives us the opportunity then to benchmark against what is coming out from China. And we're pretty sure, on the point of quality, it's not going to be the same price. At the moment, there is, that's a very, very challenging problem to try and overcome. But in terms of quality, I think we have very strong cards to play. And we need to create that transparency to kind of demonstrate what's out there. I think, European solutions often face, a kind of unfair disadvantage if you're looking for if your first point of call is the internet and you're googling for particular things, it's all US suppliers in the most part, and so the system's fixed, right? In a sense, it's all intentional. So we need to think of ways to kind of overcome some of those aspects. The way we are thinking about it with regards to AI and robotics solutions, and where we think there is a particular opportunity is you can perhaps qualify some of these technologies in a similar fashion to the way that we qualify human workers. So what are the core physical skills that you're looking at within a given use case? How can you set up standardized experimentation, demonstration space to work on some of these industry problems, and then how do you evaluate them in a way that industry will respond? Because I think that's a key thing. The industry will have very specific criteria that they are looking for. And it's a way of filtering, it's a way of demonstrating the potential of what's coming out from Europe, and it's also a way of pooling kind of end user resources. Quite often, the industries would take it on themselves. They would do this on an individual level to qualify the technology. So there's a huge opportunity here to create a pre-competitive environment in which you pool end user interests and you create a center of gravity that, ultimately what you want them to buy it, you want them to license it, you want it to end up in a commercial setting. So I think there's a huge opportunity to create that kind of dynamic with the TEFs.
Thank you, Philip, for these very interesting insights. We are now coming to the conclusion, so just a very quick final round, one sentence answer. So if we look at 2030 in one sentence, how does success look like for the European AI ecosystem from your perspective? So what would you like to achieve ideally by 2030?
For us, it's putting Europe, ahead of the race on AI with a fully functional ecosystem. But I think it's the right time. We discussed this morning. Many of the tools took time to develop their own identity. We reached the level where, it's the time for cooperation. So we are very hopeful for the next steps.
Very good. Petra, from your perspective?
2030, this is like the regular AI infrastructure for us, and everyone knows where to go when they need what. And I don't think we will be obsolete, but we will be refined, I hope, and a proper, complete and fully functioning ecosystem.
Thank you. Jürgen?
I think by then I would not like the European agricultural data space being operational. I would like one European data space also connecting the verticals, and that can be fueling or maybe soiling. I was thinking we could maybe be a renewable energy as data to get rid of the oil words, but where the data is actually a renewable source of energy then for all the AI applications that could turn on top of it.
Great, I can sign for it. Thank you. Lutz?
Well, I think Europe has definitely all the assets, all the brains, all the talents to play a significant role in this market. However, we are a little bit too fragmented in the moment, and we need to join forces to create much more better impact in that market.
Thank you very much.
So I think by 2030 we should be establishing Europe as the go-to place for trustworthy, explainable, safe technology, AI technology for industry in Europe. So make it a quality brand, make it a place that people want to come and get it for its quality, like Mercedes.
There you go. I think we have a set of inspiring visions for the coming years, which is also a great way to conclude this panel discussion. So I would like to thank very much our speakers. And of course, our audience for attending, and we can continue the discussion during the networking. I think it's time to move to the next session. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, this is the time now for airtime to customers. So this is the last session of the day before having the exhibition open and the coffee break there with. This is where we hear it from the people that are actually doing the work So we are there trying to help them, we are there supporting them with running the project, but actually these are our customers that then in their turn are facing real customers. So we will hear a little bit the stories from some of our TEF customers that will just help us understand a little bit what is being done for real. So the first speaker in line is Luca Coviello. There you are. Okay. So Luca is from Energis. Energis is a startup that, well, Semira, shall I say, that has been working in the agricultural sector. They are providing solutions for, he'll tell us you a little bit more about what solutions they provide to agricultural, especially in the vineyards sector, so supporting our farmers to produce good wine, good grapes. So, no? Andiamo verso la fine, sai? Vuoi faccio io? Ecco. Sì? Sì. Okay, so Luca, AI agricultural scientist from Energis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Raffaele. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to give this talk right after hearing talking about agricultural data space, the soil, or the renewable energy of what can be built next on top of agricultural data. Thank you. So I am a principal data scientist, agricultural and AI scientist in Energis. Energis is a complete software solution for managing vineyards with the objective to improve product efficiency and also the yield of vineyards. The solution is also applied to other crops, but in Italy you may know that vineyards is the most profitable one, the most for small companies especially. This is a set of features that we provide. This is not really important. What I want to focus on is the one that are in yellow. You may see there is a GIS platform. GIS is very important in our solution because it helps people manage their company, their farms on the territorial level. This means that this application is used on the whole Italian territory. We manage 1/4 of the total vineyard crops that are devoted to wine production, okay, not to table grapes. We provide some territory characterization, weather applications, and DSS, decision support systems for managing these applications, these crops, and these are very important for our users. So we believe that these will be very impactful for them because this is what allows you to not focus only on what is happening at the real time in the field, but also trying to think and manage and plan what can be next and what can be in the future if you apply AI algorithm and forecast solutions to this. This is where Energis AI platform comes in. This is our effort. We are a small company, not even medium company, just a small company. And this is the platform that we are building that starts from the data that you see, and we try to integrate data from different, let's call them spaces that are actually right now locked in. It would be very nice to have an agricultural data space that provides all of these already. There are many technical challenges behind geospatial data. I don't want to talk about this now. We try to develop algorithms specifically for agricultural issues that we turn into model that can actually answer the farmers and agronomists questions, but we don't want to be like a research playground, only developing and working as a researcher, so like a playground that you can try, develop, publish, maybe, okay, that's absolutely important, paramount. I'm a PhD myself, but since I'm also a IIT Digital alumni, and I'm happy to have the people here speaking on behalf of IIT Digital, we want to turn this into actionable and impactful products, such as disease support systems. Let's check one example application. This is a decision support system for diseases. So for monitoring the coverage over some diseases, okay? This is just a tool that we built. It shows the whole season, you can see many different informations like the rainfall, the temperature, the disease coverage, the phenology prediction, so the development of grapevine during the season. And the important thing is that you take the data, you train an AI model, and then you try to provide a solution to the end users. If we look at another one, this is a decision support system for irrigation. And there are some common elements, like in the previous application. This is, again, the temperature, the rainfall. So you may understand that we all eat, and we probably all also go outside for a walk sometimes. You know that sometimes it rains, sometimes not. This also impacts a lot, and climate changes, of course, impacts a lot agriculture itself. And so what happens is that we needed a way to assess what's going on with the weather processes inside our company. We are a very small company. We integrate a lot of data, different data. It's difficult to play with all, to monitor everything that is going on. My talk here, since being a small company, I want to provide like the point of view from inside. We've been talking the whole day about SMEs and how they can adopt all these solutions, all these tools that are being developed in the European Union. What happens is that we needed a way to ensure that we were doing actually the right stuff and that the solution we were developing were accurate. There was no other better solution that we could adopt. And the way we found was, or maybe the way found us actually, is to enter in the AgrifoodTEF. We didn't know anything about TEF, okay? I used to work in FBK. We as a company are very connected to FBK, and FBK is the let's say, the head of the AgrifoodTEF, and they told us, would you like to experiment some of your solutions for using this tool? And we said, okay, that's fine, but of course this cannot be the way you should go, so I'm not going to repeat what's already been said, just to give you a confirmation. So what are the activities that we adopted, the tools, the services better, that we adopted in the AgrifoodTEF environment? So the first one, desk assessment. This is to understand what are we doing, what are all the processes that we're doing, are they state of the art or not, are there any area of improvement in this? Valorization of data and assessment of data spaces integration. Again, not going to repeat myself. Testing integration and performance of advanced weather forecasting. So you may not know, but in FBK there is a unit that works on meteorological and climatic data and AI for meteorological data. And they were able to tell us, okay, if you adopt this kind of solution, your tool may be improved, etc., etc. What is this useful for? So 3 main key points. First of all, we were able to access to research center human and physical resources. This may look like silly in a way, but in a company, in a small company, everybody is always on the front line. So we don't have the time to really invest in learning a lot or half of our time. We already have to follow all the customer, etc. So these are dynamics that may not happen always in larger companies, but in small companies, this is the way. But we also believe in investment and in AI development and adopting new technology, new approaches, new tools. And so this was very beneficial for us, okay? Not only in terms of physical resources, but also on the knowledge that experts already have and they can distill to us. Through assessment of data integration organization processes. Again, this really gives, okay, you're doing the right way or maybe not in integrating data. You may improve in some way, in some other way. Okay, this is very useful. Enhance customer confidence through our involvement in a formal validation project. So one of the reasons I'm here today is that by participating in such opportunities and such, not the events itself, but the TEF, entering the TEF ecosystem, really give us the visibility also, because we want to break the barrier, the confidence and trust barrier that customers may have in adopting, not us, but the AI fueled tools, okay? This is something that also has to be taken into account when you're a small, medium enterprise and you want to build an AI tool, because of all of the aspects that we already know, right? You have to trust the tool, you don't know where your information is going, etc., etc. So this was just a quick overview of our walkthrough in the process. We're still in the middle of towards the conclusion of our validation and testing phases. So there are no actual results to show you yet, but so far it's been a very useful and promising experience. And really, now there's no time, of course, but later in the exhibition, I'm more than happy to discuss any feedback or any comment you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so it's nice to hear, right, the perspective of actually people that have been working with us, with the TEFs, for a number of weeks now, or months in this case. So it's also nice from the project coordination point of view to hear that indeed there is some value to be delivered. And he mentioned a good point. It's like we knew each other, of course, and this is a little bit what the approach has been until now. So get through your contacts in your network, and just show them the value. And indeed, this has brought up to this stage, but it doesn't scale up. And this is where indeed we welcome a lot of the messages that came out today, from having to raise the visibility, because the good work is there to be done. So the next one in line here we have Luca Biraghi from Milano. Okay, Luca. And I think, yeah, that's the presentation. We bring an additional guest, which I'll let you introduce. Thank you. Thank you, Luca. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you, Raffaele.
Thanks for changing.
When we started, and when we met in Copenhagen, we had the trouble. We had no clients.
That's right.
And we had no city, so we couldn't join CitCom, because to enter in CitCom, you needed a city. We knocked the door in the city of Milan. Nobody replied, nobody opened the door, but they closed many, many doors. And we found a player from the real estate market, a big developer here in Milan, that is Milano, that is developing a huge area quite outside of Milan. Between, it was the area outside Expo. And they committed very good, they committed a lot themselves in our project, and they invested 50,000 euro in kind for the startup of our project. They had a problem. The biodiversity of the neighborhood, all the data was taken by human biologists, but data were retrieved with the pace of the human biologist, 8 hours per day. On Christmas, no data. During the night, no data. So CitCom tried to find a solution for them, and this is the story. Luca. Thank you, Luca.
Thank you to all, and welcome to all the participants. So I'm Luca Biraghi, and I work in Milano. It's a big developer in Italy. So we can have an overview on this intervention in the northwest side of Milan. There is a big area with near the Fiera Milano and the mine, the Expo Fiera of 2015 that will be in Milan. So in this context, we are developing a very large area of 900,000 square meters, and inside in this area that is named Cascina Merlata, we are developing residential apartments, and with us there are also others kind of destination like commercial and the social housing. But we can go on. So this is the master plan, and only to focalize that there is inside in this big master plan a public park of 300,000 meters, and we can go on. So this concept of sustainability was our must from the beginning, and you can see that there are a lot of aims we are going to achieve, but it's not very easy. It's hard because it's a very large area. But in this context, also in this context of sustainability, the biodiversity was one of the most interested by us. In this case, so we can you can see the park, okay, and the park has been developed from the beginning of this intervention, and as you know, the trees and the ambience are not very fast to grow fast. By the beginning, and we started this aim in 2019. We and our biologist, we started to make observations regarding insects and other kinds of indicators of a good ambience, and we started positioning also little houses for bees, for birds, and this is the context you can see, considering all the applications we have installed. But in the case of the biodiversity, we can go on. We achieved these goals, supporting the project, the European project CitCom.AI, and we gave our site like testing all the devices, the sensors, capturing all the sounds of these animals, you can see, like birds, dragonflies, and bats. And you observed that from the beginning, when the biologist had to came sometimes and directly observing these animals, installing the sensor with the Politecnico Milano, we noted a very increasing of this kind of observation, and we aim that we can continue on this way with the Politecnico Milano, and not also regarding biodiversity, also all different kinds of sensors, also to relieve the human frequency. And we are delighted to these results, and very grateful to the support of Politecnico Milano and our support to them. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Chair.
I should add something. This project and in CitCom, Politecnico di Milano is present with Architecture, Built Environment, Construction Engineering department, that is my department, and Dave, the ICT department. So we are two branches inside the same project. Thank you, Luca.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. So we've seen it from a smart cities perspective, how to make our living environments more sustainable. The next one in line is Andrea Ancona, I believe, and nope. I think we have him connected, right? Yes, we do.
Yes. I don't know if you see me, but give me, I don't know. Let me know. Okay. Probably you see me.
You're on. Okay. Excellent. We can see you. And we can hear you, which is always good as well.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Okay, perfect. we should be fine. Also. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, thank you for the invitation, and sorry not to be there with you all. I'm here to present myself and the company I co-founded. It's called the UCAR Medical. We are based in Torino, in Italy. We are a digital health startup, spin-off of Politecnico of Torino. And we've been, funded from the research within the university. And along these years, we have been able to create a product certified as a medical device, and now we are actually working to expand our install base of hospitals in Italy and Spain, but also looking to other European countries and also the US. But let's go step by step. So what we do is basically we are creating an analytic layer on top of hospital data to improve the management of complication of patients along their journey in the hospital. And we have started from intensive care unit. It's our first focus as a department. And with a specific clinical vertical that is on the renal complication management, so acute kidney injury, with the goal over the years to expand our platform towards multiple clinical indications, so for example, infection pulmonary, but also multiple clinical departments. So we have started from renal because acute kidney injury is very frequent in intensive care units, so almost 30% of all patients have this kind of complication. It increases mortality rate of patients, but also increases the cost of care and decreases the efficiency of the care providers. So there is a need to decrease its impact, so to prevention, but also a need to better manage it when it happens. And so we have been developing the UCAR renal platform, and this is the first software as a medical device that's been certified with the MDR regulation as a Class 2B medical device. It's the only device currently in the market in Europe that is able to help clinicians in intensive care units in the prevention, because it predicts future onset of the renal disease, but also in the treatment, so because it predicts the trajectory of the disease, and so it helps in the, for example, utilization of dialysis. The software basically analyzes the data in real time from the electronic health record, so labs, vitals, demographic information, and gives real-time prediction on patients' trajectory, plus indication about how to be compliant with the guidelines. So we have taken the approach in which we combine AI models with decision support based on guidelines, and we think this match, so this synergy between these two functionalities can actually deliver the highest value. And we are doing this kind of approach in all of our products, actually. So we integrate with the most common electronic health record system. So we have a partnership with Philips. We have been working with GI Care. We have been integrating our solution in existing IT system. And we also, right now, provide to clinicians, to departments, a sort of, because I said at the beginning, we use AI models, we use compliance with guidelines, and now we added also quality improvement reports that can help the department in understanding if what they're doing is working well, so decreasing mortality, decreasing incidence, or not. So they can monitor in real time the efficiency and the healthcare quality that they are delivering to patients. We have been doing a lot of clinical validations, retrospective, prospective, and interventional trial. In particular, we have a trial that showed that using our system, you have a decrease of incidence of acute kidney injury and a decrease of ICU length of stay, so length of stay in the intensive care unit. And where we are right now, so as I said, we started from Italy, we expanded in Spain. We have more than 10 hospitals right now that are using our system, more than 3,000 patients monitored with our system. And we've been in the most important, let's say, trade show of intensive care recently. These are two success stories in which hospitals use our solution and decided then to purchase. It's not an easy step to do from a startup point of view, of course. And about the value proposition of the product, I already told you, it's about improving healthcare quality, but also improving the efficiency of the department staff. Where we are going in the long term, as I said at the beginning, we are expanding the platform to multiple clinical verticals. So renal was one of the first one. We're already developing and publishing about pulmonary management and, for example, management of mechanical ventilation of patients, antimicrobial therapy, and other diseases. So about the TEF program, actually, one of our key activities is proving that our system is able to improve the KPI about clinical and economic KPI. And so this collaboration allowed us to establish a new partnership with São João Hospital in Portugal. And this actually will start in the coming months. And this will really a study directed to validating the value proposition, the benefits of our platform towards our entering in the Portugal market that is expected in the next year. So this kind of activities for us was very beneficial because it was really in the line of increasing the value of our company and of our product and pushing the commercialization strategy. So this was all. Of course, I'm available for questions, and you can find us online, our website, and hope to hear some of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you. So I think this is another aspect that came out of this presentation. Actually, is how such a small startup can indeed reach the stage of different countries, and some of the trials that we've seen there indeed were multiplied thanks also to the, let's say, power of being part of becoming customers of such a big consortium, and just having the opportunity to scale up what normally would take a lot of time and effort to do if there were no TEFs. I'll pass the floor now to Laurence Boy-Machfer. I believe that we also have her. Yes, you are there. From Median, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I'm going to share the presentation, and you're going to tell me if it is visible.
Okay.
Oops, sorry. It's good? You can see it?
Yes, all okay.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for having me in this forum, and also I apologize for not being present in person. I think those forums are really a great opportunity for little companies, for SMEs to encounter regulators and other audience that we couldn't reach otherwise. I also participated to the previous edition in Berlin, and again, thank you for this great opportunity. So about the company I work in, so it's Median Technology, and I'm VP of Regulatory Affairs in this company. We're a medium company, and our role is to develop medical device softwares that will help the clinicians diagnose lung cancer screening and manage the follow-up of patients in the context of lung cancer screening. So not in the incidental finding yet, although it is a project that we have for the future, but for lung cancer screening. So as I said, our company is based in the south of France, so we're both have to deal with the European but also with the national French regulation. For example, the data hosting, what I put like hébergement de données de santé, which is called HDS, we have to deal with a lot of important regulation that intersect for our products, since there is some AI ML in the software, and it processes health data, so sensitive data as per GDPR. So we have to deal with the medical device regulation, the ISO, though it is optional, but we still have to prove that our quality management system is reliable. So we are currently undergoing the process of having our device, which is called Ionis, undergo the CE marking and the ISO 13485 certification. We have a standalone software, so we have to also be in conformity with a lot of other international standards that I put here. We are soon going to have to show conformity to the AI Act as well, and this is going to require CE marking as well. And of course, we have to prove that we're reliable in terms of data protection, and that's why we sought and obtained in March 2025, so last March, our ISO 27001 and HDS certifications. So just in order for you to get a better grip of our product is in charge of taking in low-dose CT images, CT scans that are processed from patients who come for lung cancer screening. And then the process will be end-to-end, fully automated, and will do the detection, localization, and characterization of lung nodules. And it will display a report that will give the score to each nodule that is found to help the clinician determine if it's benign, probably benign, suspicious, very suspicious, and then they can adapt the treatment and the follow-up on the patient based on that. It is a class 2B medical device as per the MDR, and so it is very, very, very demanding in terms of validation and in terms of proofs that are required to obtain certification. So in order to be ready to do this, we've been working for quite a long time now with our partner, the Laboratoire National de Métrologie et d'Essai, the LNE, in France, that has been helping us assess and improve our conception, development, and evaluation process for our AI system. This was really key for us because we are a small company, and so we don't have much resources to have a third party evaluate our performance, and it's very key in artificial intelligence to be able to prove the transparency and the robustness of our performances, and this couldn't be done on our own. We need an expert, a third party that understands our constraints, that understands our product, that will understand what will be important for the authorities, what will be important for the customers in terms of proofs, in terms of documentation, in terms of risk analysis. And this is what the LNE has been providing to us for the last year and a couple of years, and we're still in the process of finalizing this evaluation, but so far the preliminary results were really good and allowed us to submit our dossier for the CE marking. But this is still a work in progress. There are still things that we would like to be able to do with our partner to further explore the ethical aspect of AI, and also to prepare for our device conformity with the AI Act. Of course, this is way under progress, but this is really a big work. We also probably need in the future access to more database, to maybe other networks of hospitals to be able to do further validations of our product. We know that in terms of regulation and regulatory requirements, post-market will also be crucial. So we really value this collaboration with the LNE and already start to see the fruits of it. We hope the first one will be soon our CE marking dossier, because the deliverables provided by the LNE really helped us to prepare for this submission. We also want to continue the discussion with the experts and to be able to see if we take the right categories to assess our AI performance, and maybe complement with further analysis in order to develop a better product. I couldn't yet reply to the question about the number of customers, but hopefully as soon as we have this the CE marking in place, then we will see the impact and we will be able to tell you more in a future edition of the forum.
Okay. Thank you, Laurence. Thank you very much. So, yes, we heard then 3 out of 4 TEFs. So then, actually, the last presentation we have, I believe, Andrei, and we'll have Begonia here. So, Andrei. I have to put all together. So, we have the presentation. There it is. Okay, so we have Andrei and Begonia from the Czech node coordinator, and I believe the Spanish one. Oh, there we are, from Tecnalia. So we'll hear some success stories, dulcis in fundo, we say, in, well, not Italian, but in Italy. So last but not least, and I'll hand over the floor to you for this wrapping up story about the success story that you made with AI Matters. The floor is yours, Andrei and Begonia. There is you can use the pointer there to change.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to show you one example of the cooperation with the Czech technical SMEs. My name is Ondřej Beránek. I am from Technical University of Prague, and I am also responsible for the operations in the Czech node. The client which we cooperated with was a small company, Smart Technology, producing industrial grass mowers. You can see it at the picture. The subject of the cooperation was not the mower itself, but the technology inside, so the components, features, and functionalities which allows fully autonomous operation of the fleet of such mowers. The mowers are dedicated mostly for the industrial areas like photovoltaic fields, or for example for the airports or other green areas within some industrial plants. What was the challenges? There were a lot of them, so therefore we had to split the cooperation in more services and contracted them separately. Mowing in tall grass, so ability to distinguish between the soft and hard objects, avoiding obstacles which are hidden in the grass. We are talking also about the animals, and also, for example, about, let's say, cooperation with people, meeting of or encountering of people. Of course, autonomous navigation without GPS, which happens very often under the photovoltaic construction, coordination of the machines within one fleet, conducting one assignment, and also important for us was safety. Safety of the system in terms of meeting machine and people or vivid objects like animals, and also protection against the misuse, so testing against the cyber threats. What are the services providing within the cooperation? So we cooperated on the prototyping, so let's say preparing for the experiments and for the testing in, let's say, a real-world environments, but also before in the lab. Important was automatic route planning, dynamic real-time map generation and against the cybersecurity. For these services, we used our infrastructure, which we have in the industrial testbed in Prague, but we also had to purchase some additional, let's say, some additional components or technologies like sensors and cameras. And what was the benefits of the cooperation for the client? Many of them, definitely. We focus on the autonomous operation. That was the core. So minimization of the individual or mechanical intervention, safety, and of course the utilization of the machine within one fleet, and the, let's say, optimization of the routes. And for client, important was the faster innovation. So the acceleration of the innovations and ability to come to the market with the, let's say, reliable, tested, and verified solution in, let's say, a suitable and fast time frame, or short time frame, sorry. General outcomes, if I can wrap it up, from testing to real world deployment, this is the motto. The client received verified prototypes and algorithm validated, which are ready for wider practical application, and there is also proven resilience against cyber threats. So this is it from my side. If you want to get more information about this solution, feel free to join me at the coffee table, and I wish you a pleasant event.
We build autonomous robotics.
So we have even oops, we have even a video to this, but I think it's too long. Yeah.
So I go now. Espera. Just click. Okay. Hello. My name is Begoña Sánchez, coordinator of the Spanish node. We are three main technology providers, so we provide services in, ourselves, from Tecnalia, of course. But the case we are presented today is the success story is also coming from Aragon, which is the second partner, from ITA. And we also have FIMEN in Galicia, also offering services. And the node is also composed by, let's say, the demand, which is AFM and INVEMA. So this is 5 of us trying to support companies in this whole path. So we are very happy to present here the first success story of the node. But of course, our protagonist will tell us much better than I will do. But it is a very small, well, not so small, but 34 employees, which is a small company. Is family owned, as you can see and you will see. And they are focused on let's say, conditioning of plants, refrigerating, climatization, and yeah. So I will give the floor very briefly in this video, to, let's say, how is this working? Miguel Angel. Okay. So here you have the video, and then that will be done.
This is Miguel Angel Felipe. I would like to share our experience with the service contracted from ITA within the framework of the European project iMatters. The collaboration has been highly satisfactory and has represented an important step forward in our path towards the implementation of predictive maintenance solution in our industrial refrigeration facilities. This approach has allowed us to more precisely characterize the performance of the algorithms, increasing our confidence in their real applicability. The financial support received through the European IMATER program has been fundamental in making this work possible, enabling us to access advanced analysis and simulation, resources that would otherwise not have been within our reach. I would also like to highlight that the knowledge exchange with ITA and the closeness in communication have been keys to the success of this initiative. In conclusion, the contract service has fully met the objectives set, providing tangible value to our company and laying solid foundations for future application of artificial intelligence in predictive maintenance.
Okay, that was brief, but we are very grateful to the effort of this small company to give these words. The service is over also, so thank you. This is all from us.
Thank you. Thank you. So that, I believe, brings us to, you can go back. It brings us to the end. Okay, so just I'd like to just spend a few more minutes here. Well, just to, as a word of thanks to many people. So, organizing such an event, as Petra was hinting at before, is not a walk in the park, as they say. And it's been going on for quite a few months now, and what you see here is the tip of the iceberg. And I'd like to acknowledge the many people that have been involved in organizing this, which has been an interesting day. We heard a lot of perspectives, we had a lot of stakeholders being represented, we heard a lot of where might be potentials for us to do our work, we heard a lot about what our customers think about us, we heard a lot about where the needs come from the 4 sectors that we are tackling with these sectorial projects. So, many of you, many of the speakers actually have been interacting with Rita Giuffrida. So this is the first lady that I would like to thank with a round of applause, because it's been ever so great. So thank you, Rita Giuffrida, and together with her as well, the other people from the TrustIT team that have been supporting us with populating the website, the landing page for the event, adding names as they were coming beyond the deadline. So Anna Ivaskif, Teresa Ridolfi, Nicolo Zazzeri, and also Valeria Fetisciova, that is also here represented, that has been producing the video from CoordinaTEF, and that brings us all together. So thank you, TrustIT team, for great work. At the back of this room, together with Rita, there is also Davide. Don't know his surname, but ever so helpful as well with getting all the technical stuff sweat through the whole day. So thank you, Davide from Politecnico, together with Marco Mameli and Giovanni, that have been organizing the settings in this room. And of course, Professor Matteo Matteucci and Giulio Fontana here from the Air Lab, Politecnico Milano. So thank you for assisting us since the beginning. An applause. Of course, colleagues from FBK, you've seen Annalisa by the entrance, she's been supporting us, Annalisa Armani from FBK, she's been supporting us with all the logistics. So together with Francesco Matteucci, Gianmario Maggio, and Eduardo Corona, the colleagues from FBK that have been helping me in this journey. So thank you all for great work that you've done for making this possible. An applause for them as well. And then, so now we're going to move towards May, the Competence Center. Okay, so this is the second part of the event. So Now we take a break, we'll interact with each other, we'll see exhibition space, and you just go out and then to the left until you see that building, two buildings connected by the overhead corridor, so to speak. This is where the Competence Center is. This is where you will find our exhibition space. And it's with great honor as well that I would like to thank Alessandro Favalli, Federica Baronchelli, and Federico Ravasio from the Competence Center for making what you will see now possible. So thank you guys, thank you, that's been highly appreciated. And of course, this has been a journey that has been coordinated by CoordinaTEF. So we were seeing each other more often than we would see each other's families at some point. so all due respect, I like you guys, but I'm glad that from Monday on we'll see each other less often and we've been seeing each other. So thank you, David, Pablo, Marta, and I'm sure I'm forgetting the names of other people, Claudia. So it's been great working with you, and a big round of applause for you as well. Thank you. So that brings me to the end. I'd like also to thank all the speakers. It's been interesting to prepare and to get all the insights to, round the corners and just make sure that everything would fit together. I hope you enjoyed the event. And with this I would like to thank Petra, of course, Valentina, Tamara, and of course, David for contributing to the discussion, and all the speakers, and last but not least, of course, the EU Commission that is making all this possible with the funding that indeed we are trying to make good use of. So that's it. Thank you very much for your help. Thank you very much for your attendance. And now let's have some coffee. We go down at the Competence Center, and there will be coffee there. There will be exhibition space. You will find some stands for you to interact with whoever you've seen today, or just make most of the networking. Thank you. Thanks.